I see something that says we're live, but I see no data coming through yet. There we go. How's it going, everyone? Why is that video quality so terrible?
I don't know what you've done.
We are. Bear with me. I'm just going to up the bit rate quite a bit.
Everything seems to be just balked today.
It's going to be that way. Because we have new hardware.
Yes.
Oh boy, that video quality needs help. You may just have to live with it this show, and I will work on increasing. You know what I'll do actually? That we'll see what that does for us. Gotta let it catch up. So I will attempt to make tweaks to it throughout the show. I'm well aware of the current absolutely terrible video quality. Hopefully we can get it through. It looks better. We need to go a bit higher. I'll do one more stabilization push on the output right now for good video quality. And we will hope that holds for now. But we'll bump it all the way to 220,000 kilobytes.
Troubles in real time.
Yep. Knew this would happen. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Still.
Venarian.
And Wallace Al, and we're all finally here together again to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week, or we would if anybody was doing anything other than playing Power World, which is
Or screaming
appears to be
about
the
Power
case.
World.
I guess they could be screaming about Power World as well.
The
But
spur
if you'd like
gaps
to
have
involve-
been spectacular.
If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server. You can get to by clicking on the link provided underneath the show description in the show archive version on YouTube.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. So, as you can tell from the shaky quality at the start of the show, we have got me running everything on a brand new rig. It is, okay, there we go. It's starting to look better now. This means all settings have been reset, and I'm having to rebuild this as we go. If you notice any audio issues, I did sound testing before the show pretty extensively, even before they showed up. And I think I have everything working. But if you
I think
notice...
Sereth's sound drivers just don't like my voice, so it just turns me down.
Yeah.
Possibly.
So, if you notice something up with the show, let me know in the Discord, and I will attempt to fix it next show. Right. So, this week has several things that are going to be clumped together, but I think we start with Fern's week. I'll go over the little bit of single-player, non-gotcha stuff that I got, and the new rig, and all that entails, and then we'll go to Vault's week and the gotchas, and then any news we can think of after that. I think that is a plan.
For my week, it has been it's been Power World, frankly. It's just Power World.
I think it's still sitting on my wish list, but I don't think I ever bought it.
I'm trying to capture a Broncherry Aqua, and it is refusing to get into the damn ball. Get in the damn ball!
You're trying to do a what now?
I'm trying to catch a big blue dinosaur.
I see.
Because it does very, very useful things for breeding.
Oh my.
He is also very, very angry. Oh my. So yeah, Power World hit its 1.0 release, finally. Whoops, I just killed it. Killing it does not, in fact, make it easier to capture. Oh no, and my whole team's dead. This is turned to bad. Okay. Oh, there we go. I got it right at the last second. Okay. So yeah, they've finally put out the 1.0 update, and it's ridiculously big. Yeah, as much as the story that runs through it goes, you can play all the way through to the story, and you can reach the big ass tree that's been sitting on the horizon since the very, very beginning. You actually go there now. The game is, if you've played it before, it's still in a lot of ways the same. They've refined things. The building system has gotten better, but it is still a bit jank. The combat is better, but still jank. And that's basically the game. It's better, but still jank.
I feel like it's the sort of game where at some point people are going to start to say, but the jank is part of the charm.
The jank is kind of part of the charm, I think, at this point. And importantly, it's fun, which is not something you can say about Pokemon.
Yeah.
When was
Pokemon
the
was
last time a
fun when I
Pokemon
was
game?
8.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, back when we
No,
had
actually, I think I was older than that when Pokemon came out.
Yeah. Don't want to think about that. That's too long ago. Yeah, like it was fun back then, and then it was fun for a bit again when Mega Evolutions became. I also seem to be having serious problems feeding my pals. They are being so yeah. You can now play all the way through. I think you can go all the way up to level 100, and there's content the entire way upon systems upon systems. And yet the breeding pen still does not have collision. That's weird. What is there else to say about it? It's Pokemon with guns. It's open world survival Pokemon with guns.
I don't see any of these mats or echoes.
Yeah, I was just fucking with the video stream because it's being
It's still being
rates and stuff after the show, but I've got it where it's kind of working right now.
So yeah, I'm about to actually sit down and do my big replanning, because you kind of reach a point in the game where your base that you start getting too large to place. So you have to kind of redesign everything so you can fit these new giant. But in terms of basic resources, though, you don't need to necessarily build your base somewhere mine that'll get you those, which is nice. So yeah, you just run around, collect your pals, go beat up the towers, and call it good if you really want. Or you can jump in. If you want to get really autistic, there's breeding. Much that goes into breeding. Catastrophically powerful with it. And you can do it out of something stupid like a chickpea, which really hold your hands. It just kind of throws you in the game, says, okay, here you go. Here's pals. Here's a couple of balls. That's your lot. And yeah, it is dumb. It is very, very dumb, but it is also very fun. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, hang on. I could not leave that wandering around my base. That is a release. It's been a while since I played the game. The original map, you can still see where that is, but then you can pan out, and there is significantly more map. Going north to the big tree, or there's an entire new continent to the south, apparently, which I haven't been to yet. Over there. And there is also a large landmass off. I can see the edge of it. So in terms of content, there is a lot. Depends on how much you want to dive. I also have a cat that is doing transport. He's juggling it. It's weird. Why? Why are you doing this? Even the old pals, they've gone back and they've retouched a lot of them. In some cases to make them look a lot less like in some cases. But they've also given them a lot more personality as well. Wait, that cat is... She's ridiculous. She's throwing things around and sky.
Not
Anyway.
what comes to mind when I hear the word hauling.
Generally not what hauling is about. They've also added like a few pals. Keep in mind that Power World also doesn't have evolution originally, because there's a few in there you can definitely trace an evolutionary line through. So every pal kind of has a purpose, and unlike Pokemon.
the
Yeah.
Pokemon card preach that you shouldn't evolve your Pokemon as soon as possible.
Yeah, they're wrong. Unless, in which case, that's an entire different build. If you and it's also
I didn't even know that was a thing.
yeah, there's an item you can stick on Pokemon that if they've still got no boost, but it will stop them from evolving. Food supply is balked. I need to fix this. They will run mostly autonomous once you get things established, but you're let's just call it what they are. Your enforced slave labor decide they're going to rebel and stop work. Which is a serious problem if you're on a server and you're logged off for the night. Because when you come back, they've all come back. They're all there.
But
Very
still
strange.
just sort of picking their nose and not trying to solve their situation.
No, like you've got the facilities there, tub there to go and sit in if they're feeling depressed. But no, they just won't. So yeah, part of it's because of the day-night cycle, but yeah, because if you've got a dark and keep eating, but it's not actually going to produce for the most part. There is only a hand.
Oh, they think they're too cool for that, do they?
For the most part, yes. For the most part. And then there's Depresso, who if you put it in the hot tub just floats face down. So
Then why is he so sad?
I don't know. He's always so
Everyone
sad.
loves him.
Even coffee, he's happy. Otherwise, yeah, he's just a misery. But he's also like actually, the reason he's also sad is because in the early game, he is the easiest thing to go and farm poison sac and, kill a whole bunch of them if you really need those. Which you probably will, because poison arrows are really good early game. So I'm going to keep chipping away at this because the game is dumb. It is very dumb. Just making it one vidya. It doesn't try to be anything else than a game.
It seemed that they were. It seemed originally like they were.
Hold up, guys.
Suffering quite.
We are.
Bird.
Yeah, we're having slight stream issues that may need me to restart the stream.
Oh no!
All right, one sec. Let's see if I can just re-grab the stream. Bear with us, folks, if you can hear us right now. Slight technical difficulties. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that screen wobble effect you got right now. I'll have to fix it. But okay, that looks like we're back. We're still skipping, though. It's not right. Time to stop it from skipping.
Right, get set to 1.
My.
So, gonna have to deal with low quality next time. Okay, so supposedly we are still live on the same stream.
Find that difficult.
Still working?
To believe. Have you got a way of checking?
Need to go to Brave and
Most professional.
Yeah, well, we knew this would happen. So
yeah, new equipment, everything has to be on fire. There's just no. But he's also like the depressed. Bear with us.
Okay. Yes, it is. It's going okay now. There will be a slight hitch in the. It appears to be continuing to go fine.
Okay, I do not trust it.
On YouTube, so we should be okay on on my main account.
Yes, Power World and its scope creep. I'd say yeah. There's been a thing that they've added to the game. I'd say takes away from it in any way. Crossovers mixed in there. They've got a Terraria one, which is a full dungeon you can go and explore. But that's fine. Except for the Eye of Cthulhu, which is a giant angry, and it's actually one of the best base haulers you can get. So there's that. Red slime, and they're all pretty much terrible. Unless you really want to put one on you to the base, actually, they're just bad. Hang on, I will look it up. Which gives you a set of robot armor and a couple of weapons. And a revolver, because why not? They've also done a few other games as well. There's, yeah, Power World had that whole big Nintendo lawsuit going on. That lawsuit, I believe, is actually completely solved now. Nintendo out of it. US.
How does that even work? Like, oh yeah, there's damages, but
A
it's
civil case or a private case, it's the judge awarding the winner $1. Like, yeah, you won,
like you
but
actually deserve anything.
yeah. Especially after the crap they tried to pull by
No, I mean, showing bad faith in sort of like live, it's not going to endear you to the judge.
no, doesn't matter how big your bank account is. I need gunpowder. Because my Pokemon with guns is currently lacking in gun. Unfortunately, I had a merchant wander through my base, but he did not sell assault rifle ammo, and I am disappointed by that. I just gotta... Because my production bench is enormous, and I'm trying to line it up. There we go. Duh. Because they're a conveyor belt where you are supposed to chain pals to them. You can have multiple pals. I mean, it's great. Hang on, I put this thing backwards now. Why?
Sounds extremely dystopian.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can, if you so choose, there are humans out in the world that you do fight. You can put them into Pokeballs. And actually, there's a couple out there very early in the game, which I would highly recommend it because they are very good base minions. They get phased out fairly quick, so you don't have to. But there's also the handy standby. If you find a good merchant, you don't buy from them immediately. You capture them and take them home and chain them up in your base. And then once you release them, to work around your base, they will still sell you stuff.
They don't have any, sense of autonomy or
Apparently not.
not wanting to be stuffed in a ball and imprisoned as a slave or anything.
Well, they'll fight back if you try it normally. But once they're in the ball, no, that's it. No more free will for you. Which probably says a whole lot about how Power Spheres actually work. Possibly Pokeballs too, for that matter. Oops.
There's a lot about Pokeballs that I wondered about as a child, not realizing you weren't supposed to think about it.
Yeah, there's so many things. You just don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's fine. Don't think about it. I need to make a better shield because my shield is out of date. Boop.
But only slightly less nonsensical than Sujimon.
I mean, yeah. Sujimon at least makes zero attempts to take itself seriously. At all. Actually, it kind of goes out of its way to not be taken seriously. Though, I'd be worried if you actually start ending up with Sujimon slave camps and stuff. Which... That's probably going to be the next step, actually. That'll be the next Yakuza game with Ichiban in it. It'll be capture your Sujimon and put them to work.
That's already Yakuza 8.
Damn it, there you go.
We have Animal Crossing where the Sujimon can be workers.
Yeah. So the next step is just straight up slave labor. Instead of pretending to be nice about it. Power World, like, you can be nice and kind to your pals, or you can work them to the bone. That's your choices.
There's no human rights lawyers in Power World.
Nope. The tips on the loading screen say that capturing humans is unethical. But there's nothing stopping you from doing it. You don't even get a wanted rating, which is a thing. You only get wanted ratings for assaulting police and trespassing in a couple of certain places.
The trespassing, bad. Slavery, not bad.
Slavery, perfectly fine. Why is that Why is my scorpion outside my base? What are you doing? Come here.
Trying to get free of your tyranny.
Possibly, but I'm just going to go around, pick him up, except my fire behemoth keeps getting in the way. He can't. He even looks like Final Fantasy's behemoth. He's just red. And there's also a very large angry dog who is now in my base, so I better deal with that. Hang on.
Okay, I think I've figured out the source of the screen swapping and the screen wiggling. It cannot be fixed while the stream is live. I'll fix it next show. So apologies for that. It is I told it to set the resolution of the canvas to match my monitor. It did not. I must have forgot to hit apply, or some other setting changed it back. So even though it is a 1-to-1 scale, it being off is causing it to wiggle.
Right. That's annoying.
I can't take it on my bike.
Stuck in a
I
tree.
need to go and get a Grintail, which is a big pink cat.
Yeah, I've had Pal World on the wish list, but I've never bought it. Even on sale, I was like, well, I don't know anybody that's actively playing it that would actually want to play.
What do you do? What do you do though? Like in terms of like when you play with other people, what do you? Because the descriptions that people give are just like, oh well, it's Pokemon, or
In a lot of ways,
it's Animal Crossing
kinda.
or whatever. Like so, like if you do play with other people, what is it that you do? Are there like raids and stuff?
There are actually. There are. Well, if you're playing with multiple people, you can join a guild and everyone shares a base, which means you can use all the facilities and share resources. But your PAL box, your list of animals are yours. Those aren't shared unless you use the guild bank and actively share them. There are around the world, and the story will drive you to them. There are various towers, your boss towers, and generally you can fight them one-on-one. They're not too tough as long as you're fighting them at level and not doing anything completely wacky. Or you could just, overlevel them and overpower them. That's fine too. But there are raids. It takes a little bit to get into them, and the facility to actually trigger them is part of your base. And these are big boss battles that are designed to either be fought with multiple players or as with pals from your base as an army, which is actually kind of chaotic and does horrible things to your frame rate. Beyond that, there's also a couple of mega bosses out in the world, and one of which is got the Pokemon people all spurging out again. We'll get to that in a moment. Where it's just a gigantic boss, and it will rearrange your face unless you're completely prepared for it. The biggest, of course, being the obligatory Sky Whale. And that's the one that has the Pokemon people getting all spurgy as well. Because it looks, if you squint and kind of tilt your head slightly, like Kyogre. Very slightly. It really doesn't look like Kyogre at all, honestly.
You tilt your head, it looks like a duck.
Possibly a duck.
Yeah, but if you flip it more on the side, it looks like a rabbit.
There. So yeah, that's the one that the Pokemon people are getting upset because it's a Sky Whale. It's a whale. There's only so many ways you can design a whale. Especially for a Sky Whale.
Yeah, the Pokemon has more company and IP fanboys that are totally nonsensical and don't believe in competition than most of the other franchises out there. They are particularly bad about it.
Oh, yes, they are. Here's a suggestion that apparently has not made it through, though. A text search in places that would make sense for a text search, like in the Palpedia. I want to look up a specific pal. but I can't because I can't just type its name in. Oh, hey, what
Well,
are
you
you?
take away the healer and the heavy buff Aura still.
Oh, I guess we can fix that. Can't perform that action during battle, so no, we can't fix that.
Nah. Where is it? Now I've got to just go through the list and actually find the one I want because it won't. I can't just search for it. Ah! I know it's a dark type. That helps. It narrows the list down, but I still have to search through the list. So yeah, there's still jank to the game, and I don't think they need to get rid of all the jank, just some of the jank. There it is, finally.
Can't heal you when you
Where
run
do I
away.
catch you? Over there. And now I'm starving to death. Hooray! So yeah, Power World is good. It is very good.
Good.
It's good. It is dumb and it has jank, but it is still good. It is just dumb fun. And frankly, it's kind of like the Pokemon game in a lot of ways that people have wanted for a while. Like, it's not turn-based. It's go out, actually explore the world, do things with your slave labor. Actually wade in and join the battles yourself if you really want to. You can. You don't have to, but you'll probably get smacked around pretty bad if you don't.
Mons massively outscale humans.
They do unless you've got good gear. Once you get to a certain point, your gear gets really good. You can actually stand pretty easily on your own. I mean, when you have a Mon and it's running around and it's throwing fireballs, but you've got a fire resistant shield and a minigun. I mean, yeah. Or you could pull out a PAL that has a rocket launcher strapped to its back. There's that option too. And it's dumb stuff like that is what I think really makes the game. It's just they've thrown stuff in that it's just fun. It's a good idea because it's dumb in a lot of cases. But yeah, like the whole guns thing is basically he wanted the lead developer has openly admitted he put the whole guns thing in just to appeal to Americans.
America.
His words.
I think a lot of countries in the world need to know that while yes, we in America do like our guns, it's not just Americans that like the DACA.
It's mostly Americans.
Now, you hand any red-blooded male a thing that goes DACA, 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 and they're gonna go, "Oh, that's cool."
I mean, yeah, true.
Especially if it's not normally supposed to be there.
The forbidden DACA.
Like guns and Pokemon, everybody's gonna go, "All right, I can get behind that."
Yeah.
You don't need to be
That's
American
why
for
Power
that.
World is. Yeah, actually, I think they did announce what their sales numbers were not long ago. I think they're up over 400,000 sales. 400? Yeah. Because
So
they've. Actually, no, sorry. Hang on, where is it?
I thought
They
they
put it
sold they
here.
were in the millions.
Sorry, 40 million, I should
Yeah.
say. 40 million players.
I'm about to say they have more
What am I
sales
thinking?
than pennies were charged to them in the lawsuit.
Yes. The recent peak, I believe, is at about 850,000 concurrent players. Let's see, SteamDB. I will ask the internet. See what they say. Their all-time peak. Oh yeah, they're right at the top list of the top of SteamDB. Of course they are. Right now, 700,000 players. 24-hour peak, 921,000 players. And back for the original launch, it's still 2.1 million concurrent players. Those are Pokemon numbers.
That's bigger than Pokemon numbers in some cases.
In some cases, yeah.
Like the only Pokemon numbers that can that's a red enemy.
I'm a coming. I'm a coming.
It is the second most sales for a single game on Steam.
Yeah, like mainline Pokemon numbers could compete with that, but
I have 300 hit points.
yeah, I got smacked by that same move.
This is the next one. Okay, next one up in terms of sales numbers is Counter-Strike 2, of course, because it's free. And then next after that is the remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which apparently has a lot of people playing. Oh wow, it's not even close. But it has that one apparently has a lot of people playing it and saying, "Oh yeah, I remember when Assassin's Creed was good."
Well, when it briefly got playable again, and then returned to what the descent it started after 2.
Yeah, Black Flag is good. It is Assassin's Creed doing almost everything right.
The respawn
It
took me
does.
underground, so I'm not going to be back to help you.
Oh dear, that's a problem.
Okay, I think I can kill it if I don't get stuck on the
Like,
wall.
because it turns out that there's an underground area immediately underneath you
Uh,
that has a beacon in it.
The robot despawned because he got too close to something and just poofed. Oh, I know what it was. Got too high in the air.
You ran away vertically.
Vertically, that's not how running's supposed to work. You fat dragon, you cook. There we go. Fat dragon can cook.
I will murder the nearby bears that are flashing numbers on my screen while I wait on you to get back.
I have to find my way out of this underground area first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've thought about part of the reason I didn't get it is because that lawsuit was going on, and because it's Nintendo, I was like, there's a non-zero chance they just murder this thing.
well, they tried, and had Nintendo gotten their way, they would have Shadow Realmed this game.
Banished to Ultramar.
Yes, but no, the fans got behind it. Other developers got behind it. Everyone, basically, aside from the complete fanboys and the media,
Like
told Nintendo to screw off.
they may have technically won one part of the case. I think they lost most of the counts on the case.
The vast majority of them they lost.
Like Nintendo only won one of many of their pieces on that legislation. So functionally, it didn't go out. It didn't work so well for them. But the bigger thing there is that Nintendo made themselves look like assholes throughout the whole process. They did so much damage to their public image.
They really did. There is really no hiding what their intention was there. They wanted to kill a competitor. It was very, very blatant.
And my skill icon has test/T written on it.
You might want to restart your game. He thinks it's balked.
Okay, I need to get more HP on my gear because I can be killed in one hit by that thing. And there's way too many particle effects for me to accurately dodge everything coming my way.
Should just pick a course and I might just go to the tree. Why not?
Oh my goodness, it's not recharging my jumps because I can't find level ground to sit on. Still have test/T written on my screen and I'm not quite sure why.
There we go. Green Tails. The obligatory Alice in Wonderland reference. There's always got to be a few in these games. Oh, these things are angry. Ah. So yeah, oops, as long as I don't try and kill the thing, I'll keep trying to kill the thing I'm actually trying to capture. Power World's a really, really good game, and I'd say just go and play it. They didn't. They did something really good actually, which a lot of developers who've come out of early access have not done. They left the price as it was. They haven't raised the price.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, a game like that is all about population, right? Like it lives on the hype.
Yeah,
You can't afford to let the numbers drop.
no. Like it does verge on the friend slop a little bit.
Well, I mean, you have to actively play it with other players, and it sounds like it has single player as a not insignificant feature set. So
Yeah, you can
Uh,
play the
the,
whole
the,
thing all the way through.
the single player stuff that I saw back in the day, it was like it looked like a Steam Greenlight game though.
I mean, it was, except, well, it would have been if Greenlight was still a thing at that point.
golly, they killed that forever ago, didn't they? It feels like it was
They
only
did.
just yesterday that it existed.
Yeah, but no, they killed it. That was a while ago now. Because yeah, Steam Greenlight, like there was maybe a handful of games that came out of it that were actually good, but a whole lot of bad. So much bad.
I think Hollow Knight used the Steam Greenlight thing.
Did they?
Thought they were just a straight up Kickstarter or something.
There was a Kickstarter, but I think to get Steam publishing, they did put it on Greenlight.
Yeah, because that was like the easy way for indie devs to get into it.
It passed with flying colors, obviously, but
Yes.
oh, I'm running out of air juice.
So my
So yeah, there's also a lot of games that came out on Steam Greenlight that developed for a little while and then just died, vanished. Now, granted, you still get that under early access, which is Greenlight with more steps, I guess. But yeah, it's. I think it was a failed, semi-failed experiment. It's kind of weird. Like it had high successes and it also had some dismal failures.
Yeah, if like you were around to poke at it some more, like throughout the weeks, I would consider getting it, but I would just be playing it on my own because you've been so busy lately.
Yeah.
So
Also had time zones that just jank.
they're trying again to lock us on to daylight savings time.
Why?
I don't know. I hate being on daylight savings time. It makes everything harder. Like I much prefer when it's standard time. It syncs up with the rest of the world better. We don't have to worry about on and off daylight savings as much, and our particular time zones line up better. Not to mention, I'd rather have a morning that starts not nearly as bright,
Yes.
or rather, a evening that lasts bright forever.
Bright forever.
Yeah, like it's 7:30. The sun should be on its way out,
Yes.
but on daylight savings time, no, you got like another 30 minutes before it starts to leave.
I only get the 8 p.m. sunsets like at the absolute peak of summer. And my time don't move.
Oh
I'm
man,
near the
We are
southern
sensible.
pole, so
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get the big variations.
yeah, like there's a massive variation in daylight hours for us.
Yeah. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with it. Because it is a headache.
Vol stand still. Okay.
Delicious green numbers.
So Sia, come here. I need to capture you because you breed into everything.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, if you want any of the late game pals, get yourself a Sutsia because oops, I just killed it. Well, aside from the dead one, get
You
yourself a
killed the
Sutsia.
town bike.
I killed the town bike because it generally breeds into a lot of the late game pals, and you can get some very powerful late game pals a lot sooner by doing that.
I got plonked out of the air by a moving arm thing.
Yeah, I tried to follow you and bonked right into the assembly line.
Yeah, now I'm disoriented. I didn't expect to get swatted like that.
Yeah, that's my week basically. It's been Power World. Oops, killed another thing I was trying to tame. Fortunately, the pals I'm running my team on tend to have some very big punches they throw. I need to address that. Yeah, it's great for bopping bosses when your pals hit really hard. Not so much for capturing stuff. Also, capture rates are a lie. If the ball says it's 50%, it means it's probably like 0%.
Now they need to do what I was roller skating very close to you when you did that, and my foot must have been hooked on the back of your bike because you sent me super high in the air.
I don't know how that happened.
Sounds like Wuwa being Wuwa.
Well, the bikes have a feature now where when you're gliding with them, they can charge up a bunch of launch juice to just go vertically, and you get 3 of these between recharges. And he just started from the ground, and I was roller skating next to him, and just went whoop, and rocketed himself up straight up in the air, and my roller skate was stuck on his bike.
Guess that could be a thing.
So yeah, they should just do capturing like Yakuza 8 does, where you just kind of do the little wiggle while holding a present, and depending on how well you press the button, that influences your capture rate, and then you have to mash a button after you give them the present to make them like it more.
Just by holding out presents and wiggling.
The Ichiban wiggle is not a community meme, but I don't know how. Like it is.
Also, they added a whole bunch of effigies, and I don't remember what most of these do. And every time I think I found them all, I find a new one.
Olene.
So that's my week.
I can't heal us
Chest
without,
over here, I think.
can't heal us without juice. Get some juice while we run. Takes a while. All right. So yeah, I mean, if you're ever going to be like around in the times I'm playing stuff and not stuck in work hell, I mean, I wouldn't mind scooping Power World to play with you. I wouldn't want to play it exclusively alone. So you would have to, exist.
I don't
Yes.
know. I'm too scared to play it, to be totally honest, because I'm afraid it'll just end up like Minecraft, where I like disappear from the face of the earth for 72 hours.
It does have that effect.
So I don't need that in my
Especially-
life. I have bad enough habits as it is.
Yeah, especially when you've got a few. Oh, someone's already cleaned this tree. I'm disappointed. When you find out things like you don't just capture a pal and it's one and done. You need to go get at least 5 of them if you want to get the full rewards from that. Or if you want to make them stronger, you're going to need to get a lot more than that. There's a lot of grinding and farming if you want to do that.
Come a bit closer to me.
But in a lot of cases, you can just kind of pick and choose which systems you want to engage with. Like you can sit down and be completely autistic and min-max your powers, but you don't have to. You can just go out, capture the biggest thing you can find, and throw that around if you really want to. And that'll get you through.
Yeah. So yeah, if you ever, aren't stuck in turbo work hell during hours when I'm around, let me know and I'll scoop it. I don't mind spending money to play with friends. I just don't want to play Power World completely alone.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're going to jump into it, I'll give you some suggestions. And especially if you're breeding, you want Bronze Cherry Aqua, Bronze Cherry, Grintail, and Brahola in your team. And suddenly you're going to get eggs for days.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, when it comes to names and stuff, you're gonna have to remind me when we're actually playing, because I will not remember names.
In a lot of cases, the names are pretty unimaginative. Except, like some are just, a lot of them are just dumb puns, but you can usually figure out what something is
Like
from its name.
I have to give stuff in English nicknames or I don't remember it. Japanese, I definitely have to give stuff nicknames or I don't remember it. And as we'll talk about later in the week, oh boy, do I have to give all the Chinese characters nicknames.
I don't know who came up with the standardized romanization system for Chinese, but they have to be trolling.
Probably. Certainly, actually. Put into my base. No, I can't. I can't put you into my base yet. Okay, fine. I am now going to sit down and produce copious amounts of cake.
Or a cake.
Because cake is what you use to trigger breeding. It
Are
is
you
also
doing a
very.
wiggle while holding the present.
You just stick it in a box. The pals do the wiggling.
Oh, I made a bad decision. Are still coming to save me?
Wiggle, wiggle. And the wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. So yeah. Who wants to do their next week? Week next.
I'll go through my single player stuff and then we can let Ball talk about the gotchas in his week. But right now we have made a bad decision. They brought red elite mobs back into the world for this patch, and we may have just aggroed a duo mini boss. So please hold. We will get there. We're almost there.
You're doing terrible things.
Okay, there's one. That thing resists arrow.
It did.
Okay.
It's K.
Is K?
Okay. I think I've already killed that one because it's right next to the boss door. But yeah. So we'll start with the elephant in the room. Put the PC together last week, got it set up this week. This, as with all new PCs, is a constantly ongoing process of finding some setting on some program that you use that you had changed eonks ago and forgot about, and having to go look up how to change it back again, one program at a time. And I knew, even with all the extra prep I did today for OBS, as soon as I booted this stream up, there were going to be shoes.
Oh yeah, there was never a question about that.
So that's why you got the jank start of the show. So apologies for that, but that will probably happen to a lesser degree next week, but I'll fix the major issues I noticed and any that get brought up in the Discord chat. But surprisingly, for once, the Grown Up Lego project did not have any major issues going through.
I still don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm too scared to even think that.
It's yeah, this is nature just broken.
Like the only thing that needed extra, like super extra work, like the BIOS updated fine, the graphics drivers installed correctly, like even flipping Windows updated installed correctly, and the bloatware removal software seems to have worked perfectly. Well, all three of them that I ran to be extra sure.
Yeah.
Like,
Meanwhile, here I am on Windows 10, and it's still nagging me to upgrade.
yeah, my motherboard, as I mentioned it last week when you weren't here, but the motherboard I got, I didn't know this. Its BIOS doesn't like you trying to install RAW onto Windows 10.
Ugh.
Even after updating it. Well, especially after updating it. Presumably, Microsoft got them in a chokehold.
Yeah. So what does it do? Just says no.
It just has a whole lot of issues and may not work correctly. So basically the internet was saying install Windows 11 and save yourself the trouble, because you will have trouble if you try to install Windows 10.
Ah.
Or you can install a Linux branch, but so my only options were a Linux branch or Windows 11, and I just went with Windows 11 because you can switch to Linux easier than you can get Windows up and running. So I decided to do the annoying part of getting Windows up and running on Windows 11. Windows 11 comes
You
with all
can.
kinds of crap on it, that and AI and telemetry and spyware. And there is a tool I use that's just some guy's name on GitHub that everybody was recommending, and the one guy that I went to on YouTube, the Salem Texperts guy, who I only
Oh yeah.
trust more than other ones because his shop isn't like a YouTuber shop. It's a literal, like, you know,
Here's a
10,
actual tech
yeah, it's like
guy.
a 15-foot by 10-foot square box in the side of a building.
I think he's gotten a new shop recently. He's
Yeah.
gotten a whole extra 10 feet of space.
Yeah, he's the closest thing to a blue collar worker you can get in the PC field.
Yeah, the
So
guy works out of a closet
yeah, so I was
in the
like,
side of a subway.
okay, if there's one YouTuber that recommends stuff that I would probably trust, it would be this guy, because he actually has to do this for a living. and he is willing to work in these conditions and doesn't care about the fame or popularity.
He actually kind of goes out of his way to ruffle Jimmy's, actually.
Yeah. So I used
He's
his
a very big, very vocal proponent of right to repair.
yeah. Well, he is a repair shop. He's not a build your own PC shop. So,
You say right to repair, but it's a bit less principled if repair is the way you make your money.
It is. It is.
yeah. So I decided to just YOLO trust him, and it seems to work perfectly fine. You can
Did you save the details for when I upgrade later?
Yeah, I do. I have a text file that has links to all the GitHubs.
Did you name the text file something you can find in the future?
Yeah, it's
Because
called
I always forget to do that.
it's called Windows 11 debloat list or something.
I record lots of stuff in text files. I just then name the text file something vague and ambiguous.
Or just give it a
And
number.
then lose it.
Sometimes I do just give it a number.
Like I'll give it date codes a lot too. Usually number dash number and then the date. If I just am sticking it and I'm like, oh, the folder will tell me where it is, and then I'll forget about the folder. But no, this has a very obvious text file name. So just searching Windows debloat will get it. And that seems to work just fine. Killed all the AI stuff, killed all the spyware that I can see, and got everything gone. Okay, cool. The only issue, and don't really count it as an issue because every single motherboard does this out the box, and it's kind of part of the regular maintenance. The fan curves were all screwed up for the case fans. Like 100% speed at 50 degrees Celsius levels are screwed up. So the PC sounded like a jet engine.
Okay. There you go.
I bought premium silent fans for my last build, so I have no idea what my fan curves are doing because I can't hear my fans.
Yeah, I did not get extra case fans. I just went with the stock ones because this thing came with like 5 of them. But the 3 on the front in particular are loud when they get going. And this PC idles at like 42. Like it's a
Yeah, like
standard.
on the starting grid of at NASCAR.
Yeah. Like, you don't really need those things to crank on until you start getting up to about 65, 70. And you don't need them going full blast unless you're starting to throttle. So I fixed that fan curve, and the only time I've heard them kick on now is when I'm compiling shaders. It's the only thing that can make my CPU hot enough to turn the dumb things on. But they just kind of run at 20% now, and I can't hear them even with headphones off. So yeah. But yeah, the installation of everything worked great. The debloat worked great. Windows 11 still has a bunch of pain in the ass features. The only one that's been like totally unsalvageable for me, and I'm trying to find a workaround through PowerShell or something that's not garbage, is you can't open with.
What? Why not?
I have no fucking
Because
idea.
somebody might do something that confuses them, and then they'll get all traumatized.
Like, I'm trying to open up bat files when I'm configuring weird stuff on this PC, and like, there is no open with notepad. Just doesn't exist.
So what happens? What happens when you want to use a PDF? Not all of us have Adobe, you know.
You can set PDFs by default to open with your browser, by going into the system settings. But that's about all you can do with that. That's the only problem with Windows 10 or Windows 11 that I've run into. The rest I've been able to make it.
The fact that it just kind of sucks.
Yeah, I mean it's not as clean. It's not as systematized as Windows 10. I don't like the aesthetic. I don't like the start menu. Yeah, or 7.
XP.
Yeah. Like it doesn't feel as, it feels like, the flat tap keyboards of PC OSs. But you can what I've effectively done to it is gone underneath the hood and just put
you
riser.
Lobotomized it is what you did.
Yeah, I lobotomized it and then went through and put keycaps under that flat tappy keyboard.
I hate membrane keyboards.
Yeah.
So it just feels so wrong.
So it's working now. Managed to get the GPU and everything configured properly. Got all the settings on that. Wasn't a hassle. Literally no issues setting it up. Even got the stupid router for VR to install correctly without having to go through and rejigger everything.
Huh.
Now that thing's running a very special piece of firmware, but so most of its data is saved locally on the device itself. But yeah, that worked just fine. I expected this to be problems all week, but I was done by the end of Monday.
Yeah, right.
I'm concerned that you're jinxing yourself now.
I am too, because Windows 11 does not like when you start taking bits out of it.
Yeah,
it's going to be like one of your RAM sticks is like 99.9% seated, and it's going to start throwing up random errors that you're going to spend months debugging.
Yeah, I hope not.
It's going to happen. Something like that's going to happen.
Yeah, and during assembly, it wasn't even that bad aside from the CPU cooler. The one I got in particular, its fan clips are just awful. Hate those things.
Have you healed yet? Did you slash up your hands in the process?
Yeah, the stupid fan clips did cut into my fingers pretty good. They're mostly there's still a hangnail. Yeah, there's still a hangnail on one of them, but they're mostly fixed. So yeah, new rig's up and running. I'll be getting. I talked my sister and her boyfriend into 1,200 for my old PC now. So that'll recoup the cost to make this more in line with the regular upgrade it would normally be. So yeah, that is terrifying that it worked, and I didn't have any issues and was able to do it functionally in an evening. I did over prepare for it with extra drivers already downloaded and stuff just in case, but yeah, didn't have to.
Yeah, right. Yes, there is a definite imbalance in the force here.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I know exactly how it's going to rebalance itself. One of you two is going to
catch fire for no reason.
No. What's going to happen is one of you two is going to upgrade your PC next, and you're going to be the subject of karmic force.
Need money for that.
Or maybe you'll just lose your next 650/50s.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
yeah, but I already got one of those out of the way because of the YOLO 10 pull.
Something's gonna happen. That's just how these things work.
That or the previous weeks have been very obnoxious, so maybe this is the universe balancing itself out the other direction when the scales were already tipped. Who knows?
Maybe.
That's the optimistic outlook.
Find
So
the mob that it's indicating for me to go towards.
yeah. Yep. There's that. Because of the tism, my lord. I've had I've had 40k stuck on the brain, and so I started rewatching Emperor TTS, and I never got like past episode 20 something. I think it only goes up to like 33 before the lawsuit problems happened. But
And the first few episodes are pretty short, and then they just get longer and longer.
yeah. So I've been
Everyone's really there for the Pillar Stodies anyway.
I mean, yeah.
the Fab Stodies.
I couldn't begin to tell you what on earth is going on with the team in the warp. I don't know what happening's there. They're just kind of there doing warp things.
Yeah. So yeah. That's been fun to sit and rewatch and go through. Maybe I'll actually finish it this time. And while I have that on the other monitor, I've been playing 40k Bolt Gun. Bolt Gun is one stock unit boomer shooter, just with a 40k skin. It's a competent one. It feels fun to play, but it's 40k boomer shooter.
Well, I mean, but that's everything I want in a boomer shooter.
I mean,
yep.
You play as a Smurf.
Like the whole point of the boomer shooter is that there are no bells and whistles. Like, that's competent execution of a simple concept is all that genre requires.
Yeah, and it's fun.
There are more ambitious ones, like the various mods, particularly that Serathos likes to shill to us in his periodic emails, but the core of the boomer shooter is just, basic competence with simple tools.
Yeah.
You have gun, there be bad guys. You can figure it out from here.
So yeah. Yeah, you play as a Smurf, you go to a world that needs some heretic purging, and you do some heretic purging.
Enthusiastic heritage purging.
Yeah, he's very happy to do his job.
Oh yeah.
And you get there and it has a dedicated taunt button that doesn't do anything, which I thought was cute. It's on a face button too, by default.
It's like, did you ever play Army of Two?
Oh no, I didn't play it. I might own it.
There's like a context sensitive button to just fist bump your co-op partner.
Yeah.
Because why not?
So yeah.
There is that 40k action RPG. I forget what it's actually called, but one of the DLCs was just a dedicated heresy button. I got it as part of a bundle, so you can just run around and just declare everything is heresy.
Not everything is heresy.
Everything is heresy.
The famous gif of the Inquisitor from TTS with the Exterminatus button.
Yeah. Okay, fire. Yeah.
So
that's one of the earlier jokes.
Yeah, isn't that part of a whole bit of them back and forthing the like? No, this is heresy over like a porno mag or something.
Yeah, that's a different sketch.
Yeah. No, that's the that's the immediate.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
beforehand.
Yeah, it goes through various people picking up this. I think it's just a flyer with a lady on it. That's it.
But the fun the thing that makes it memorable is the sort of the Gmod style. You press the button by bashing your head against it.
Oh yeah, repeatedly.
So-
it's a good time. They did keep making stuff based on Vampire the Masquerade, and the characters were even largely the same. But it just wasn't the same.
It was a bit homosexual.
It was extremely homosexual, actually.
Yeah.
But Vampire the Masquerade, it kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah. So yeah, Bolt Gun's been good so far. I've only done chapter 1. Because the rest of the week was consumed by other games. And Bolt Gun was I want a simple thing to play after setting up PC and having the normal work week on top of trying to go through 2.5 MSQs in the gacha games. So
Just purge some heretics.
so yeah, just it turns out that enough bolter rounds and heavy bolter rounds and plasma rounds and shotgun rounds will take down a Lord of Change. And you will, if you're on hard mode, you will use all of the ammo in the entire arena to do it, but it will go down eventually.
Yes. More DACA.
So yeah, I'll report more on as I play through that. I'll probably at least finish the run through the game, before I move on to something else. But yeah, I needed something just lightweight especially after just finishing Yakuza 8. Like I 100% completed Yakuza 8, and that was a ordeal. But I am happy to be free of the turn-based Yakuza games for now.
You seem to really be starting to resent it toward the end there.
Yeah, like Yakuza 8, like I just am not a super big fan of those turn-based games.
Yeah, they're a bit extremely jank.
Like they're basic turn-based because they did a genre shift, and the Yakuza games are not terribly difficult to begin with. The only one that has a modicum of difficulty is like cranking up Lost Judgment up to the max difficulty. Like that's the only thing that's gonna challenge you. But yeah. But by the end I just wanted it done. Ow. I teleported here and was immediately whopped by a slab of rock. So yeah.
Someone's just gonna get whopped. That's how it goes.
Yeah. So yeah. I'll report more on Bolt Gun as I go through it. Be steadily playing it. But that isn't what consumed the majority of my week, and I will leave that to Vol to get to, and I will interject when appropriate.
At my cue.
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Oh, this water is not
Right.
deep enough for me to make my shirt wet.
What?
So,
Actually,
where am
do
I?
I even want to know?
I need
well,
enlighten you now
well,
that you asked.
I guess we've got no choice but
Oh,
to
dear.
enlighten Fern in this
Has
regard.
Wuwa taken another step towards the thirsty?
I mean-
They've raised it to an art of sorts.
So, Lene is the best example of this. I will send you a screenshot of what she looks like in her, I'll post it in the live show chat.
Well, I thought we'd reached kind of peak degeneracy with the photo mode.
Oh, there's an event back for that. But no, that's not the part of Lene's swimsuit that everybody's talking about. That will be important. In part, will be important to the conversation later. But hang on, let me get off my roller skates so I can stand in a better angle.
Oh, those pants do not leave a whole lot to the imagination, do
Oh,
they?
just you wait. Hang on, I'm doing incredibly YouTube not friendly things with the camera right now.
I'm glad I can't see it.
We have a new feature in Wuwa aesthetic costume design, and that thing is called depth.
Depth.
Yes.
I don't know if he knows what you're implying that he should look at there.
Okay, it's not the top womanly assets, it's the one on the opposite side further down.
The short version for those who don't want to beat around the bush, is that her shorts are modeled separately from her body. So you
Yes.
can basically see down her butt crack.
Yes, I noticed that. So this I noticed that the shorts were not actually modeled. It's because hang on, this has problems.
Okay, I don't know if
It
Mingzhou.
also means that some cretin is going to take create a mod to remove them.
I mean, they do that for literally every game in existence. But
Yes.
no. And now we have. I'm gonna go to Renacedo to do this. I need water I can swim in. Go to the island where Hecate hangs out. So if I go swimming, because we couldn't do this on the show last week because the MSQ came out and it locked our stuff. So of course I have to do it now. Whoops. Gotta tab out before I screenshot. And this is not going to do full justice, Fern. But
No.
we have wet t-shirt physics.
There it is. I've been waiting for it. I mean, Wuwa knows their audience.
It works if you get in the water. It also works if it rains, I found out.
Yeah.
Her shirt goes invisible. Or see-through.
Well, it's Linnea's shirt. It's Chisa's sarong.
Yeah. Hang on. Tab out the screenshot.
It's gonna dry out before you
I
do.
got it. Chisa too got a swimsuit in addition to Linnae, and the bottom part of Chisa's goes transparent when you jump in the water.
Wuwa. Why?
I mean,
Like they put an absurd amount of effort into this, man. Like if
They
you get into the water and you still have the wet debuff on you that causes your various things that have been flagged to be translucent to stay translucent, then if you go and use a seat and get up again, it will leave a wet butt print. It's not just a circle or a pool of water; it's a wet butt print on the seat.
That's way too detailed.
That's like next level obsession.
like somebody
Yeah.
had a beef with the people that kept making the boring outfits.
Somebody was programming with one hand, is what was going on.
Oh no, I think they just had an 11th finger to program with. They were clearly into this.
A great deal of love and care has gone into the coding for this.
Love and care is what we're calling it now, is it?
I mean, you don't do this unless you're really into what you're doing.
No, that is true.
Like, this is on the level of the ZZZ devs who you think Wuwa's slight goonerisms are bad. We have Yadari in ZZZ. They make it so that they sample nylon rubbing together for outfits when the characters have pantyhose on.
Someone thoroughly enjoyed doing that, didn't they?
Oh, you know they did.
Their Foley team are a bit unhinged.
Like if there's when it comes to aesthetic detail, whether or not you like the aesthetic design of a given character, you can guarantee that the Wuwa and the ZZZ dev team in their current state, when they get on a kick, they're going to go 100% full retard into it.
Yep.
Oh, and
Everyone else just has to sit back and watch.
Also, we have runny water drip physics. If your graphics are correct.
Well, I don't think that they're actually physics per se. I think it's just an animation texture, but it's a very persuasive one.
Yeah, like so when you get wet and then get out of the water, you can see water dripping down, and your skin gets all shiny.
And it's it's not like a generic shine either. It's like a surprisingly persuasive one that actually ends up making the skin look more like skin when it's wet than it does when it's dry, where it looks kind of mannequin-ish.
Yeah, it loses that kind of anime plastic effect. And I don't think we got that on normal characters. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't do it at all on normal characters.
I never realized just how fair-skinned Chisa is until I see her next to another character.
Like, Linnea's a white girl, but man, Chisa is ghost white.
all of the strings of Chisa's bikini are also polygons and modeled separately, so you can see like the gaps between where it lies and her collarbone, for instance. Like they dumped hundreds of hours into this.
Like, yeah.
I haven't got Linnea's one. I'm kind of tempted. The wheelie sandals are kind of cute.
I do like the wheelie sandals. Not that I would normally condone screenshotting feet, looking from the back to focus on the wheels instead. But you know how Linnea normally has roller skates? We have put them on sandals. Because she still needs her roller skates to do her attacks.
Remember when Shin's model came out? There were a lot of screenshots circulating of her feet, and it became like the next Columbina as far as cosplay challenges are concerned. Because her... I hesitate to call them shoes. Are more sort of... They are shoes in the way that Alice from Genshin Impact wears a hat.
It is, in the most absolutely technical sense, hat or shoes.
People refer to it as the concept of a hat, as opposed to
Yes.
a hat. I'd see if I can find a screenshot quickly. Okay, that will do. It's a bit graphic, but it'll do. Of Shin's feet.
That is heresy.
Yes.
That is too much foot.
I mean, that is just, you've got bare feet at this point. It's not
It does kind of
quite.
look. It does kind of look like the shoe version of Alice's hat, though.
It is very much the shoe version of Alison's hat. It's not like Columbina, who just floats around on a ball of water for no reason. But yeah, it's like
I
the
have
very
seen-
essence of shoe.
I have seen one cosplayer manage to execute on this, but it looks
Wow.
very uncomfortable.
I bet it does.
Like you have to use like skin safe glue to glue the heel to your heel.
That's the only way you could do it. You'd have to glue them on, and they're pointy.
I mean, if you kick somebody while you had that,
How you spend 3 days walking a con floor in them, I don't know.
I imagine the answer is you look for every place to sit down possible
Yes.
and only get up.
Try not to make any sudden moves.
I mean, on the plus side, if somebody gets too frisky with said cosplayer, being able to put all of your weight onto that heel incredibly easily is going to hurt.
Please don't accidentally stand on anybody's foot. Not everybody deserves that.
So yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about the swimsuits last week because Wuwa's multiplayer, when new MSQ releases, it tends to kidnap you nowadays. So you were spared. We were able to behave on the show where Fern was not here, for once.
I don't believe this.
And we're making up for it.
Yeah. So we
Yes. We're talking about feet. Please don't.
Yeah. Oh,
Degenerates.
The booba experimentation happened with the wet t-shirts while the stream was off because we had to do it on our individual streams.
Yes, because YouTube would probably ban you if you did it otherwise.
I mean, we just did it on YouTube.
True.
We just reproduced it.
It'll be fine.
Be fine.
No, the actual thing YouTube would have a problem with is me keeping the camera lingering above Linnea's shorts from the backside. That's what it actually will get mad at me for.
It will, because showing off a bit of butt crack there.
Yeah, plumbers do it all the time and get away with it, although their butts aren't nearly as nice.
They're generally the complete opposite of nice. All right, so degeneracy aside,
I'll let Vol start with the gotchas and pick what he wants to go through. While I take pictures on a rainbow.
I feel like my mental processes have been stunted by the last 15 minutes. Maybe I should change character. This is distracting. Anyway. So, where was I? Gotchas. Didn't log into Blue Archive this week. Don't know what's going on. I'm more or less waiting for the penny to drop as far as that one's concerned, since we're at the end of the main story. So we'll just move on. Genshin. I actually did spend a little bit of time playing Genshin this week, simply because I sort of realized I'd let things get a bit behind on the current event, and it turns out it's actually just really time consuming. But the interesting thing is that despite the fact that it's time consuming, I actually am really enjoying it. Just doing a little bit at a time when I've got time. It's content that actually feels meaty. And because there's 3 different mini games that you move between, it doesn't get old too quickly. So yeah, I feel like it's a really well executed event because I haven't gotten fed up with it. And I still have to go back and do more, but I don't like dread the thought. I dread the thought of trying to find time to do it because it's quite time consuming, but I actually enjoy doing it, which is a nice change on a lot of the events where you just try and get it out of the way as fast as possible so you can move on to something else. But Genshin is currently, for me, flush with content that I haven't touched. Because I haven't had any time to advance the Moon story or anything like that. So, I've got Sandrone reasonably built now. I'm not really pulling a vibe off her like she's going to last terribly well into the next chapter the way that Anefa did. It doesn't feel that way to me. Maybe that'll change. I don't know. I haven't really seen her true potential yet because the buffed version of Yaimiko has pretty nearly the same gearing requirements that Sandrone does. And of course, all my best gear went to Sandrone because Yaimiko's old gear is still serviceable, even if her scaling factors have sort of changed. So I have to sort of build that up. She's definitively my Sandrone team is definitively weaker than my other 3 main teams, but that's not necessarily a problem. Like, I don't think every team needs to be as powerful as Premium Zubai or whatever. But yeah, are you just trying to move the feet off your screen? Is that what's going on here?
130%.
I was like, why is he just posting random stuff? Oh, he's posting more random stuff. Oh, I see what's going on here.
Yeah, just gotta push it off.
But
dear.
yeah, the next character to come out, next premium character to come out, Odette, does give some bonuses to the Sandrone team, but seems to be weighted more heavily in favor of Stellar Swirl than Stellar Charge. Than Stellar Conduct. So yeah, it's not clear exactly what the future for Stellar Conduct is, but you know, the only character we've really got mechanical details on is Odette of the new set. Well, and the sort of the 4-star Yaimiko alike that they're putting in, who hopefully isn't good enough to displace Yaimiko, because I am relishing getting to use Yaimiko again at long last. And for her to have like a genuine niche that isn't like being a worse official. But yeah. Moving on, I suppose, is Star Rail up next. So let me think, how am I going to actually address this? In some, before getting into the fine details, I only thought it was okay. And I don't really see how it could have been awesome because I feel like I feel like what's his name? Xiaoji has just gotten too big for his britches. And like I guess what we are discovering here is that you can prevent yourself from dying by invoking the desire sensor. And if you raise every conceivable red flag for like every conceivable death flag, then the desire sensor will force you to live. It's basically my my summary.
I called it last week where I said, you know, I bet you dollars to donuts they're gonna subvert it.
Oh well, yeah, that's what I mean when I say that Xiaoji's gotten too big for his britches because he thinks that that's clever and it's not clever. It's something that everybody saw a mile away. Once they started like laying it on real thick in the promotional materials, it was like it became obvious that, oh well, you actually can't follow through now because that would just be bland. But because you've already signposted it, it's going to be bland anyway.
It would
Like
have
this was this was an unforced error in storytelling as far as I'm concerned.
if you were on the fence about killing the character, if you had actually done it, I would have the marketing would have worked because it would have surprised me that you stuck to your guns after deliberately raising that many death flags. Because the
Yeah,
only reason you'd raise that many is to subvert it.
Yeah, like it got to the point where I would have been traumatized by them following through, and the fact that they didn't follow through ended up feeling cheap and unearned, especially because it's not very well explained.
Although they sure do
It's
try
not,
to cram a whole lot of explanations into this patch in one section.
yeah, they do, and I'm sort of annoyed at how many times I'm gonna have to play it through now
I
to get
watched
the information out of it.
I watched a YouTube video that just has all the critical successes.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily the most fun way of doing it anyway.
No. It is very clearly like the lead writer just going, I promise I haven't forgot about all these things.
Well, that would ring a bit more clearly if it weren't for the fact that there's still a humongous number of things they didn't explain. Like things that the story and the characters themselves point out and then they just don't resolve it. And it's really deeply frustrating. That's sort of like was my main takeaway is that it was underwhelming and frustrating because they didn't do as good as they could have done, and they didn't solve a lot of the problems that they sort of opened up, and a lot of them seem very, very local to the circumstances of them taking place in a way that sort of confusing.
So Fern's going to be totally lost with the Vagaties. I'm going to have to do a minor or event spoiler in the story. Well, it's a moderate spoiler, but to give you some context, Fern, so you have some appreciation for what we're talking about. There is a point in the story where you get to a character and they basically tell you, okay, I tell you what, I'll give you 8 questions and my answer will depend on the roll of a dice. And if you get a crit success, he'll tell you the whole truth. If you get a normal roll, he'll tell you the truth, but maybe stretched. And if you fail, he's going to really fudge it up, but it's still going to be technically true.
Well, no, well, to be more particular in the way that he puts it, a critical success will give his sincere belief about what the truth is. For a normal success, he will give a flat truth. He won't say anything that is untrue. For a critical failure, he'll give something that might be considered true in the right light.
Yeah. So there are like 20 questions, I think, or 12 to 20 questions you can ask him.
The first one I asked was about his love life.
I did too. He gives you that one for free.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're just doing this to screw around, aren't you? All right, fine.
He appreciates that, actually.
Well, he actually complains that he couldn't think of a way to sound profound while answering it.
So, so they have, and these are major lore questions you can ask him, like big mysteries of the universe that he'll just get you, like, just give you the the answer to, but they don't follow through with any of them because they're just like, oh, look at all these dominoes we've set up. We're totally gonna address them one day, guys. We promise.
Do we actually believe they will?
Probably, but it could take a while because there's a lot of them. Like each of these deserves its own story arc. And
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some of them that just don't seem right to me. Like, for instance, the fourth finality one is like that's number one. That's pure speculation on his part. Number two, everybody knows that the Stellaron Hunters are directed at finality, and that Elio knows even more than Asat Pramad does about the potentialities of the future. And number three, there's basically no way that the single most powerful emanator of elation currently on the stage in Silverwolf is not going to play a role in that. But he, Asat Pramad, has based his entire schema on the idea that he is going to be instrumental in the way that business closes out, and that Elio somehow knows nothing about that. Which is like one of about 4 or 5 different facets of Asat Pramad's scheme that don't make any sense to me. I haven't watched the critical success explanations that he gives, so maybe he explains some of them. But there are a lot of really dumb things that he does. The problem is that he sort of demonstrates borderline omniscient knowledge, except when he doesn't. Like, it's not like it's controlled information, but not unknown that like Yao Guang is present and Yao Guang has temporal dislocation disease. This is in the records at the hospital in the tavern of what Yao Guang suffers from, which is basically a hard counter to Asat Pramad. And he just doesn't know about it at all until he sees her just sort of show up and then put the kibosh in his technique. So why doesn't he know that?
like,
Everybody knows about that. Sparkle knows about that.
I mean, maybe he just didn't have a reason to go to the hospital.
Oh, ah. You should apologize for that one.
No, I made that one like months ago. It's a
Still
recycle.
bad. Doesn't make it any better.
But there's quite a few sort of like holes in his strategy. But I mean, everything about him is sort of like smugly set up so that you can't tell for sure if it's actually a mistake, type of thing.
Yeah, like
It's not quite Death Note bad, but it's still pretty bad.
I like the concept of Asat Pramad as a villain, but like a lot of Hoyo villains, they just didn't introduce him soon enough as Asat Pramad.
Yeah, they don't bring him in until the very end of Amphorius. Like if you're like really deep in the lore like I am, you know about Asat Pramad, you've known about him for like a couple years, sort of thing. But that's not quite that. But what you know about him is like purely theoretical. It's purely legends and stuff. Like I think that it would have benefited them if, like, for instance, the lore about the Navigator IC was like something that we had encountered before. It was something that was known about, like maybe talked about by Mikhail or someone.
Yeah, like you could pull a dream bubble up of that from back in the Express's days that shows the old Navigator or something. That would have helped a lot. And
There are a few bits and pieces of that, but not enough to be like to make it feel earned.
Yeah, and so the X Navigator twist kind of comes out of left field. For those of us that don't follow the extra material or deep dive the lore, and just kind of casually take the story. Like I kind of remember his name existing before and coming up once in a while discussing the Express, like 2 or 3 times earlier. But
People that pulled IC in the which navigator you most like quiz will know a little bit more about him than the average player. But the only thing that was really well established about IC was the still, as far as I know, unexplained fact that the history fictionologists took a disproportionate interest in screwing with his history so that people didn't know much about him. Like, why would they work with him for that? Like, that's not really clearly explained.
you could get away with a concept like Asat Pramad as a villain and his history as a navigator, because him just screwing with people makes sense. In fact, that is his motivation for a few things, but you can't rely on that exclusively, and they seem to really lean on it throughout this entire thing.
Yeah, like the thing he's got sort of like this romantic ideal of the true elation that has sort of become twisted over time. But I feel like they add so much lol random stuff to him that his sort of like core disillusionment with the sort of commodified entertainment that is supposed to be core to his character is sort of like it's left by the wayside. In that context, you would think that his greatest hatred would probably be reserved for the IPC because they represent commodified elation.
Yeah. It's also a shame that they've already blown their best Lord Ravager design. I mean, it was going to happen. We're on Ahatopia. But, like, he had the coolest design out of all of them. I'll send it to Fern so he knows what the heck we're talking about.
Well, we haven't met quite a number of them. Like realistically, Fantilia looks in reality pretty much the same as Mr. Tail. So
Okay, it's a little low quality, but this gets you the general idea.
Okay. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
but you can have more Lord Ravagers. Like the whole previous plot was about the manufacture of a Lord Ravager. I actually think that that I actually like better than Asap Pramad's design. I kind of like Lord Ravager the Hurter design.
No, the one
I
that
think that's the cool. I think that's by far the coolest Lord Ravager design because there's something like genuinely spooky about it because you know Hurter,
I got Monica Witch vibes from hers.
which is appropriate for the way she
It's
styles
appropriate.
herself. But yeah, overall the story was sort of like it was a neutral for me. It was very workmanlike. I am kind of bewildered as to how they're going to transition from the Leviathan husk is about to consume a planet to Fat Birds and Robin in a swimsuit in the next patch.
I mean, I assume we're going to pull a Metroid planet explosion escape, and maybe they go to rest on the beach and bump into Robin.
I mean, I don't know. It's all very strange. I mean, the sort of the core of what people are probably anticipating for the next patch is that there's going to have to be some sort of a development between Sunday and Robin because the only thing Robin knows about Sunday is that she did a deal, cost of which I can't remember what it was, to prevent Sunday from just ending up incarcerated for the rest of his life at best. But yeah, I don't know how you get to Resort Planet from planet that's about to get eaten, and they left it on a cliffhanger.
Yeah,
So
they did another hard cliffhanger. I am more forgiving to this current patch because I'll interject a bit here. I had to play this patch and the previous patch back to back.
I having like sort of started going through Planet Arcadia again to try and pick up bits and pieces. It definitely runs together as a better story, and the combination of these two running together as a better story than viewed separately, and the fact that they keep landing on these hard cliffhangers suggests to me schedule juggling.
Mm-hmm.
Like the breaks might not have originally been in those places.
Yeah, it is a very awkward place to break it. Like you have the big final boss fight, you have a brief talk at the end of it, and then oh, by the way, the planet's about to explode, or whatever the thing's about to eat it. Hard break. To be continued.
And then we're going on holiday.
Yeah, we know
Again.
the
Like
next.
if there's one way to keep the galaxy safe, it's to just never let Nameless take holidays.
Oh no, what you do is you keep them on perpetual holiday because wherever they go to take a holiday is gonna run into problems. Go to visit your family on the funny planet. You know, everything terrible. Go to the planet of dreams. Go have a vacation in the nice dream world of Disneyland or Pinnaconey Land. Nope, everything's going terribly. Go to the gas
Yeah,
station to refuel between vacations. Get sucked into the Remembrance Land.
there's still a huge amount of sort of stuff that's sort of floating around that they either haven't taken the time to address or don't feel like addressing. Like, for instance, we don't know exactly why Pom Pom's memories are so piecemeal, despite the fact that Pom Pom was sort of like allegedly conscious. To some extent, we don't really know what Pom Pom represents relative to the Express itself.
Oh,
I
it's okay.
mean,
It's okay.
if Pom Pom was part of the Express, then obviously he shouldn't be visiting New Eridu. But
I mean, yeah, I'm about to say he can clearly take breaks, even though he says he can't get off the express to go pick up videotapes for the crew.
the if he isn't part of the Express, well, what is he doing on there for the however like 300 years or whatever that it's just sort of sitting there not doing anything? And why are his memories so piecemeal? Like, he's got very specific memories about Himiko and not much else around that time. And there's like they seem to have just they've just decided to implant the Holy Grail into Stell now. Like, the Stellaron has sort of metamorphosed into sort of a all-purpose, any energy will do wish granting device.
Yeah, it's just a juice bucket.
Like, what happened to it giving space super cancer, which is what they originally did?
No, it's juice bucket. When you
Like,
need
they spent a lot of time on Bellabog selling the idea that Stellarons give a planet cancer. But Stell doesn't seem to be that bothered by it. Penacony wasn't that bothered by it. Like, I don't really understand where they're going with that.
juice bucket. You need the
They
power of
haven't
friendship. Just reach into the juice bucket and pull out more juice.
they haven't explained a damn thing about Nihilux or how come she knows like everything, albeit in comic form.
My headcanon theory that she is the current avatar of Aha watching the games is getting more and more shaky because they keep leaving her alone.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on about that. Like, why she's always like Johnny on the spot anytime Trailblazer is doing anything anywhere. She just happens to be around and seems to know things that she's not. Like, she immediately starts the whatchamacallit in the previous patch. She starts the real versus fake Hemicat arc in her comic at sort of like a uncannily appropriate moment.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Like,
we do know Aha wrote on the Express. He might have an attachment to it. So when he steps down into the mortal world to write in the comic, or him, and he writes about a comic of the thing he had fun blowing up. This
and
is
then
my
there's other things like the Silverwolf passes comment on the direction that the boat to the Wealden canvas appears as not the direction that it should, because it doesn't come from the Wealden canvas, it comes from the resort for some reason. Like, that doesn't make any sense to her. Like, why did she comment about that and then it's never addressed at all for any reason? There's a lot of little things like that that just don't make a huge amount of sense. The whole Wealden canvas thing is really confusing to me because you drag Blade down there, right, to toss him into the moor for whatever reason.
yeah.
But like, we've been to the underground of the planet where you can see the teeth. It's not in the Wealden canvas, it's in real space. So why do you go to the Wealden canvas for that? I don't understand. There's just a lot of things about the arc that I just don't understand.
Yeah, on the Graphia end of things, the previous patch, I didn't know what the heck we were doing. I didn't get it. I didn't like Graphia and the way she was presented. I didn't like her boss fight. And so everything that was
I think that the boss fight in particular has colored your opinions
like,
because you've been doing it so much.
yeah, she is the reason we got introduced to the F-ass clowns.
Don't like the clowns at all.
No, hate
Nobody
those
likes
things.
clowns.
Like, they are Aggie persecutors that should be built to be murdered by Aggie.
But yeah, I kind of liked the sort of the lore thing that they did with Ouroboros' sense of taste being stolen by the elation, so the elation is sort of like technically a part of the veracity in a sense. Because the veracity is about supposedly it's about sensual excess, not actually consumption. Whereas entertainment is also about sensual excess and consumption. It has become more about consumption recently, which is what caused Asat Praman to become disillusioned with it. But yeah, there's a lot of jank in there. I relish every time I get to see Ryan May appear on screen. But I liked that they actually did tie that old plot thread about, oh well, the adults of the Astral Express can't go to the war dance because they've got this other mission from Herta that they have to do to deliver some things to Ryan May. It gets carried out. Like everybody thought that plot thread, oh, this just must just be something to do with Fugue or something, but no, it was actually they were doing Leviathan paleontology, and everybody forgot about that after Fugue appeared. Because everybody thought, oh, well, they've gone to pick up Fugue, basically, I guess. But no, they did actually do Leviathan paleontology, and Ruan May comes on screen to give a lecture about Leviathan paleontology. But yeah, the other thing that I thought was interesting is I think my take at this point, given the information I have available, is that the weathering curse that the Murata family has is the same fundamental disease as entropy loss syndrome that Firefly has. The logic being that the weathering syndrome is a horrific wasting disease that you get if you are basically born into a path, specifically destruction, and you turn away from it to another path and ignore your born path, as the Murata family does, pursuing elation instead of destruction. And the weathering curse then afflicts their entire line and destroys them in an indeterminate way. And this seems like it matches up quite well with entropy loss syndrome. The reason being that the Glamoth Iron Cavalry were manufactured based on the swarm. They were created in a lab. They have a queen who they were supposed to serve. Because the thing to remember about Glamoth is that all of the Glamoth Iron Cavalry are always like praising the Empress, right? But Glamoth wasn't an empire, it was a republic. So they shouldn't have an Empress. The reality is, when you look into the lore, is that the Empress was not actually the ruler of Glamoth. The Empress was the ruler of the Glamoth Iron Cavalry. She was a manufactured queen to keep the cavalry in line, because the cavalry were built based on the propagation. And the last thing that the queen did, the thing that actually caused the fall of Glamoth proper, was not the swarm, it was the queen, the empress, rebelling against the Republic of Glamoth for keeping her a slave. But the Iron Cavalry didn't really know any different. They continued to do as they were told and fight the swarm. But that wasn't what their queen wanted from them. Their queen wanted them to obliterate Glamoth. So all of them basically went astray, and there's no queen to maintain their connection to the propagation anymore because she was killed. And all of them are now pursuing what they think is they're supposed to do, which is, wander the galaxy for the few that are left and fight the swarm. But this isn't actually their prime directive because the queen is gone. So they're suffering from a weathering curse of their own because they've gone off path. they can't obey the propagation because there is no queen for them to obey anymore. They're basically all wasting away. That's why I think that the entropy loss syndrome is the same thing. And the fact is that the name entropy loss syndrome doesn't make any sense. Like, what does that even mean? Like, entropy is chaos, so entropy loss would mean that you become more ordered, right? But that's not what's happening. But it's only entropy loss in English. In the Japanese voice track, they call it lost entropy syndrome in English, which, it means it's going to be English. But what that could mean is that rather than it being loss of entropy, which is the way the English translation renders it, it could mean entropy caused by being lost. That is to say, they are becoming entropic because they've been separated from their path. But yeah, anyway, if you just look at the graphic, it looks similar. There's like blue juice coming out of cracks, right, on the Weathering Curse, and in the case of Firefly, it's green juice coming out of cracks.
Well, it looks like somebody got too adventurous with a paint can in the previous patch. What it actually looks like.
But anyway, yeah, the story has sort of it's ended in a weird place. It didn't cover all the ground it should have. It covered a lot of ground, but from the point of view of a character you absolutely can't trust. And yeah, not really sure where it's going to go from here. And overall, it was just second verse, same of the first. Whatever was good about it was let down horribly by the poor production. In fact, I felt like, based on my estimation of it, that the amount of animation in the storytelling and the presentation of it was actually slightly worse this patch than it had been recently.
Yeah.
Which is very, very strange. Like, why are they going backwards the more money they make? Who has all the money?
Like,
The answer is ZZZ.
Well, ZZZ supposedly makes the least, but how they allocate funds at Hoyo, or if just the Star Rail team is horribly inefficient, we have no idea.
Well, there's been this sort of weird sort of deep level rumor going around the community for months that a large chunk of the ASR development team has just been deputized to making ZZZ stuff because the HSR game makes enough money and they aren't interested in pushing hard on it. Then again, there's also various other suggestions floating around, like the idea that pretty much this whole version, number 4, is sacrificial because of interference from the government threw everything off kilter, and so they're just basically trying to hold the ship together, and they're going to try and rally in the next major version because this one's pretty much been sold up the river by the government. But there's no way to confirm any of that, because even if it were 100% true, they would never be allowed to say so. But yeah, it's overall, the presentation was quite poor. There are bright spots in it, but they're kind of strange. Even the song for the final battle felt kind of like rushed jank and not well produced. Like, you could sort of see what they were trying to do, but it kind of fell apart, unlike the ones in Amphorius, because nothing has ever managed to surpass pure higher cinema. But yeah, the final fight against Asat Pramad, I am absolutely not looking forward to seeing that show up in Anomaly Arbitration. I think I'll have a heart attack. There's just so many moving parts to it. I don't even understand most of them. I don't know how you even optimize that fight. In that sense, it's a good fight because there's a lot of moving parts, provided that they let the moving parts speak for themselves instead of making the shield or counter shield so strong that those parts don't matter. There's still a lot of stuff to do there. I mean, I don't see why anybody would pick anything other than advanced action for the option, but
Yeah.
I'm glad they put that in first slot so that you can auto it. But my goodness, even on auto with my best team, that is a slow fight to farm.
Yeah. I can still hear you, by the way, but I need to step out of the room for a second.
Right.
I see. Anyway, since Ari's not here to contribute, I will I'll allow the sort of the buy or to build by saying, okay, so I tried anomaly arbitration. Anomaly arbitration for this season is nightmarishly difficult. It's like my best team can only manage a one cycle clear after molding on it like dozens of times. And my best team is incredibly heavily invested, very vertical. We're talking multiple eidolons on multiple characters, signatures on practically everybody. Like, and I'm still getting drubbed because these fights are obscene, and the modifiers that they've given to the fights are even more obscene. And apparently, the one for the next season is going to be even worse based on the people in closed beta. But yeah, a lot of them are just disruptive to the point that feels unfair. Like,
Let's talk about clowns.
I think Ari has a problem with clowns.
I think everyone has a problem with clowns.
So, they, in their infinite wisdom, decided this anomaly. Now, Vol's talking about, oh, I can't zero. Oh, fuck that. No, I can't clear this garbage. And I have I've been playing a long time. It's a horizontal account, but it's a long time. And the teams that I'm throwing up against this have most or everybody with the SIG, with their signature light cone to try and push through this. These stupid F-ass clowns in Night 2 and their stupid little split dude and Mr. Svarog are impossible for my account. I have tried everything to get 3 stars on this thing. And it does not work. It's not possible. I cannot clear this node. There is no combination of characters I can get to make it work. Because they have decided, in their infinite wisdom, to make it completely inaccessible to characters that take a lot of turns. Guess what my most invested character is? Oh, wait, it's the one that revolves around going really fast, scaling off speed, and taking a lot of turns. Oh, what's the debuff then? Oh, you lose crit damage. Oh, what's her main source of damage? Regular ass attack and crit damage.
Ugh. That,
As you can see, he's slightly nettled.
just a bit, yes.
Oh, how do you get rid of the debuff? Oh, follow-up attacks or aha elation damage, but we've also stuck Full Wish on Night 3, by the way, and made Argenti the other one. So if you don't have an investment in any erudition characters or AoE of, modern era, because if you go too far back, it doesn't work, then guess what? You're gonna have to throw a remembrance team at Argenti, and if you've got a Cyrene at E2 like I do, oh, that's great. It'll make Aggie able to get through those stupid clowns. Nope, because she needs to go on flipping node 1 because Argenti exists. Rant over. Go and step out of the room again.
You came back to get salty.
I have managed to clear this. I've got 3 stars on the knights, and I've got a gold clear on the final boss. I'm 3% HP bar short of a platinum clear, and after molding on it until the wee hours of the morning, I'm still not able to get that last 3%. Don't know how I'm going to do it. Don't know if I'm going to do it. It's not really like it gives you anything for doing it. I'm just sort of nettled about it. But I had to make dozens and dozens of attempts to get as far as I did, and I am not as counter shield as Aristeal is. I am counter shield on pretty much all of my teams. Like my 2 primary teams are Super Break and Dot, and they're both aggressively counter shield by the current meta, but they aren't perfectly counter shield the way Aglaya is. So they're just sort of like passively counter shield, and there are ways to work around it. Kind of, sort of, maybe, if you're willing to do the same fight 15 times like I did. But and then pass with literally 0 AV to spare. But it is a very aggressively modified one that I don't really approve of this way of doing things. Like, if you really want to modify a fight, just give the bosses more moves. Don't randomly disable certain teams by putting really specific debuffs in, like things that screw with your ability to determine what your character's move order are. Like the final one, I think, is a real shot across the bow, because it has a modifier that reduces your fastest character's speed by 20% and increases your slowest character's speed by 15%. But oftentimes, fast characters are fast for a reason, and slow characters are slow for a reason. And you need to have certain thresholds in order to make certain things happen. Like, remembrance teams are just going to be broken by this in certain combinations because higher scene needs to have a minimum of like 201 or something, or 200 speed in order to have all her abilities switched on, and Casterus needs to have below a certain amount of speed in order for all of her abilities to be switched on in her normal builds. And if you just invert those, then that whole team suddenly doesn't work. It's just kind of broken. And that seems like a type of willful sabotage that isn't fair play. And I don't really see why you would take that approach. It doesn't really seem necessary. Just make the boss stronger if that's what you want. I don't really get it. Don't really understand. But there's a lot of things about the way they do things that I don't understand and I don't particularly like. But you know, a lot of the things that are problematic in Ho-Yo games that I don't like are gamification things. Like, I've long been an opponent of like control skills in ZZZ generating performance points because I don't feel like that makes sense. That seems like you're just gamifying the fight even more. Like, it makes more sense. Like, if you want there to be a control skill that's really important that you counter this well, just make it do freaking damage. Like, don't make it so you have to restart the fight from the menu because you didn't get enough points. Just make it kill you if you do it wrong. That would make sense. But no, you've got a points-based system where things revolve around you doing specific things that have nothing to do with fighting the enemy or beating the boss necessarily, just pressing a button in a particular cadence at one specific point in the fight. Like, this is a gamification thing that has nothing to do with the core mechanics of the game in any meaningful sense. And this seems to be a Ho-Yo habit. Genshin's got it even worse because Genshin's got their favorite strategy of giving a boss an elemental shield that can only be broken by the latest shield character. Like, why do this? It's not actually necessary. I know that the conventional answer is to sell the latest character, but if you frustrate people to the point where they stop playing the game, like RSDL stopped playing Genshin because they wouldn't quit the bullshit, you're not really accomplishing your goal of selling more characters, are you? I mean, it just seems like they're shooting themselves in the foot long term, and maybe there are enough whales that just don't care, and they're just gonna, keep buying the latest character, and the base of autists who are going to find a way to clear everything in Genshin with 1.04 stars because that's how they get their fun, I guess. But yeah, this sort of the layering of unfairness on top of bosses just seems to be a disease Ho-Yo has gotten. There's no need for them to do these things to make it more gamey. Like, people spend a lot of time engineering the speed on their star rail characters so that they can control their battle strategy better, and then to inject a modifier to a fight which says, yeah, all that hundreds of hours you spent farming perfect relics, we're just going to undo that. We just undo that effort because we think that's funny.
Yeah, it's not even the gamification and stuff that bugs me. It's the counter shilling specifically that Genshin and Star Rail are really at their apex of right now. That just especially in Star Rail for me, because I don't spend in Star Rail, so I don't have nearly as many options as I do in ZZZ, for instance. The whenever I get counter shield, I'm just screwed.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I went through this. Remember the grand season of what's his name, Hule? Well, I had no characters that could fight Hule, and Hule was the boss every single cycle in every single game mode. Apparently, he's coming back in 4.5 as a major boss again in one of the in-game modes. So, I'm not looking forward to that.
and because HSR is a turn-based game, there's nothing I can do to increase my score. What if besides team experimentation and molding for RNG? So when I'm counter shield,
There's actually a very, very fine autistic layer that you can enter into of particular optimizations that you can do during combat. Like, my best run was 3%. 3% away from platinum. Changing nothing, generic runs that I did were 15% away from platinum, and the difference is very strange things like quickly toggling on auto at certain points in the fight and then toggling it off again and that sort of thing. Like, you can do these things to optimize because there are things that the auto can do that a human can't do, interrupting animations in certain places and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But that's a different level of autism, and I am by no means a master at it. I'm at the very beginner level of it.
Yeah. So you do have that, and I know about toggling auto. I found myself instinctively realizing it's the thing, particularly during phase transitions, and you have an ult ready. You can use it to get ahead of a boss action advance that way sometimes. But yeah, I get stuck, and it because HSR is also turn based. Power creep hits. It feels like it hits way harder because a bunch of my cast is just not usable in modern combat.
Well, it's more that it comes in chunks, like discrete blocks, as opposed to it being sort of like a fog of a varying thickness, the way it appears in a action game. Instead, you just get a block of a certain size, which either obstructs your view or doesn't.
Yeah, and like my old Fei Xiao's team used to be able to do fine, even off shill, as long as it wasn't totally incompatible with her. Nowadays, I can't take her to anything.
Well, Fei Xiao has sort of become a meme in the community for how hard she specifically has fallen off for reasons that everybody's sort of a little bit confused about.
Yeah.
So she was so good, and then suddenly she wasn't, and we're not really sure why.
Yeah, and I never invested in Eidolons for Acheron and didn't pull Mortnak's Blade, didn't pull Ash Veil, so I don't have a way to keep her alive. Like, so realistically, the only viable teams I have are the Member Berries and the Elation characters.
Yeah, I think that you've basically simultaneously gone too broad and too narrow. Like, because all of your broadness is fleshing out the same teams over and over. Like, you've got like every elation option and you've got every remembrance option, but you don't have like you've basically just got those two archetypes, elation and remembrance.
Yeah.
As opposed to me, who I have an extremely narrow but serviceable remembrance team, an extremely narrow but serviceable elation team. I've got the narrow version of each archetype without any of the options around the sides, but more depth in terms of investment and more actual total different archetypes.
Yeah, I do have variants of stuff. It's just, man.
Yeah, I don't have any variants. I just have different archetypes. Like, I can't field a different remembrance team. I can't field a different elation team. I only have the one kind, but I've got a representative for each of them because sooner or later they're going to be shilled. And like one of the content creators I follow puts like I think it's like a yellow dot next to next to teams that are counter shield against the current AA, and a blue dot next to ones that the runs on record are good but could probably be optimized further. And like, normally it's just one dot or the other dot or whatever, but the next patch's anomaly arbitration has like 5 dots next to 5 so it's gonna be rough. But because I know that I'm gonna end up getting counter shield, I expanded only horizontally enough to represent archetypes, which sometimes bites me in the backside. Like, my remembrance team can only barely clear knights now. If I'm lucky, it can't even get a look in on the boss of an anomaly arbitration. I've tried it just can't do it no more. Because I don't have Sireni, because I don't have any further investment in Castris or Evernight. Like, but I'm still running the Tribi team. Which is considered to be extremely suboptimal for remembrance relative to options and that. But when I get like, oh, this fight, it's weak to imaginary and quantum or whatever. It's like, well, it's counter shelling elation super hard. At least I've got this other option in a totally unrelated archetype that shares no characters. Whereas, like, I mean, if Silverwolf is shield and you have Evanescia, then sure, you can run the Evanescence version of the team instead, but how many situations is that going to happen when they're both Elation? So yeah, I just that's why I decided not to get Evanescence, even though I sort of liked the character, but it's like I'm just going to put too many eggs in that one basket at that point.
Yeah. But yeah.
I mean, it has bit me in the backside. Like, I have Herta and Anaxa, and I can't use either of them. Like, they're both dead pulls now.
What really grinds at my butt with the way my account's set up is, if not for the counter shell, I could probably find something in the toolbox to work, but the counter shell's just shut off most of the box. If it was just shilling and I just had to climb a mountain, that would be one thing. But
The thing is that they used to do that. It used to just be about buffs. It wasn't about like, we're not going to do this. Not going to do this. I had the same complaint with ZZZ when they decided that, oh yeah, we're just going to, you only have anomaly characters for this element because not everybody's going to pull the latest attack character, but we're just going to make it so that all anomalies do like 25% less damage. It's like, oh, thanks. Thanks, you just made sure that the thing that does less base damage does even less base damage now. Great, thanks. I really needed that. Like this is not a good approach to content design. They need to get away from it, but I think it's just such an industry standard that they can't see any other way.
Yeah,
they're used to it.
It might even be handed out from the top. This is the way we do it. But if I just had to climb a mountain, and I have my white account that has a whole bunch of other tools that, while older, could work. I could pull them out, but the counter shell is too strong. I can't use them to climb that mountain when boulders are falling on my head.
Yeah, well, everybody ran into that with Wuwa's Lamblum and Myriad this current tower cycle. And
No,
there's
you got
basically
Phoebe.
no solution to it.
That's what Phoebe's for.
You did Lamblum and Phoebe solo, did you?
Let me see. What did I use on that one? No, can't check in co-op. Not allowed.
Anyway, yeah, so in-game aside, because holy crap. Yeah, next one's supposedly worse because it's Iron Tomb, and Iron Tomb is like 3 phases of suffering instead of 2. But yeah, not much else to say about Star Rail because the Fate event doesn't start for another week, and then we'll see how that goes. I still haven't decided if I'm going to be like a day one puller or a leave it on the back burner until I lose interest puller, which might be the better strategy, is to just lose interest. But
CEO.
We'll see. Like because they're on this bizarre kick of making every game mode into an AoE game mode. Going all in on a Rin Archer team seems kind of inadvisable because it's always been powerful. Like Archer has always been a top clearer, but it's very heavily reliant on molding and doing things exactly right because you can only ever shoot one target at a time. He's very, very orthodox hunt character. You can only shoot at one thing. You can only kill one thing. And he's extraordinarily effective at it. He's the best single target character in the game, but there's just not that many applications for single target characters. It's like, for instance, Iron Tomb is multi-target in every phase, I think, and Asat Pramad is going to be multi-target in every phase. Well, not in the last phase, which is the hard one, and that's occasionally there add summons in the others. But like, it just seems like the whole single target thing is, well, unless they decide they're going to skew back in that direction, building down that road seems like it might be inadvisable. Maybe I should just save my pulls or become a Sparksy main DPS main. Which is always tempting because I really like Sparksy.
Yeah.
I don't generally get costumes in Star Rail, but I got Sparksy's one because I like Sparksy. Stupid gremlin. I still rewatch her trailer because I think it's really funny. Right. So there will be more to say about Star Rail when the next part comes out, the Trailblaze continuance for Fate. My expectations are extremely low because they were set extremely low by the last one. Hopefully that's on purpose and that they're not going to pay off as extremely low, but I don't have a lot of faith in the Plan Arcadia arc. It just feels like all of the resources got bled straight out of it. Maybe it's because they just got diverted elsewhere by the company because they figured, oh, well, with low effort we can make enough money, so why bother to put in high effort? Or maybe they have decided to, pull all the surplus resources to the next arc to make it a real banger. Who knows? There's no way of knowing. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But, pretty much no gacha game can stand two adjacent terrible arcs. So, even though most people don't feel Plan Arcadia is terrible, enough people feel that it is mediocre, that it's going to cause interest in the game to flag, and they can't afford that because it's their cash cow.
Yeah. While me going on hiatus in Star Rail would not be the end of the world for them, as I don't spend on the game. Well, very much. I buy a few battle passes. But yeah, it's wobbly for me right now. I'm basically just gonna get Robin because I like Robin, and then get Clankemy and Nihilux if she gets announced.
If Robin comes out anywhere near where she is currently in beta, she's going to revitalize a lot of old school teams who were just, crying out for action advance and energy batteries to be, more present.
Yeah. And then the only other two characters I have an interest in grabbing are make it so that two. I'm not getting Adventurine, even though he would fix the current fielding two elation teams problem. But I'm hoping that Clankemy and or if Nihilux gets announced as a character, they can come
I mean,
out and make that
Nihilux will
possible.
definitely be an elation character. It would be kind of silly for her not to be at this point.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to stick with my theory, even though it's getting more wobbly, that she is Aha.
Playable Aeons seems like it might be a bridge too far.
Well, I mean, the whole arc is about Aha stopping Ahaing as the broader premise when going on vacation for a minute.
I feel like I feel like I want to know what Aha does with all this money then, because he didn't pay for all the damages he did to the Astral Express.
Don't worry, they're gonna make him.
And he doesn't pay the Furbos, so if he's Nihilux, so
Well, here's what's gonna happen. Nihilux is broke, and Nihilux is gonna have to work on the Astral Express to pay Pom Pom back, and this is how we add her to the Himiko team.
it all makes sense in an Ancient Aliens kind of way.
I mean, that seems very appropriate for Aha.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with Nihilux. There have been various rumors over the course of time, but most of them end up looking like something somebody has pulled out of their backside. The same is true to an extent of Pearl. Like her rumors have been wildly inconsistent, so probably just people pulling things out of their backside. Not really anything can be concluded about that, but there are still, slots left unfilled. I feel like I had a dream last night about what characters were going to be in them, but I don't remember what I dreamed, so. Which probably means I spent too much time playing that game. But, yeah. Anyway, we'll see where it goes. The next patch is going to be on the beach, I guess, with fat birds. Many fat birds. Moving on to the Wuwa. I have not done anything in the Wuwa except for the main quest because I have not had the time due to playing through the Star Rail one during the work week, which is always a challenge for me. But because people were throwing spoilers left, right, and center, I was like, you know what? I'll just knuckle down. I'll try and get home on time. I'll spend way too much time on the computer before bed on a work night, and we'll get through this one. But as a result, I have not advanced anything in Wuwa at all. And I've just done the main story. But I like the main story. A lot of people seemed to expect it to be like, climax of the Karathea arc or something. But it's the introduction arc to a new region, it's not going to be the peakest of the peak in terms of drama.
And we already had.
We've got a villain of the week, and we dispatched him, and then there were 7,000 pigeons.
Yeah, we already had Elevate Ascent to the Height hand in hand. That was 2 patches ago. Now we gotta start over again. I'm now thinking of Rothler making Laharoy dance.
The patch depends very, very much on how much you like the characters, because you spend a lot of time getting FaceTime with them. So you will spend a lot of time both with Yang Yang and playing as Yang Yang. You will spend quite a bit of time, though not nearly as much, with her sister Suisi, and you'll spend a lot of time with NPC guard girl, who a lot of people are demanding be made into a character, but she just doesn't have character vibes. I'm sorry.
Maybe A rank later. May not be in the design. She can pull a Pulchra. Wasn't in the original design doc, but the people like her so much we can make her an A rank.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the cast could do worse than, having an actual soldier in it, like somebody who's a professional at stabbing things with a spear, as opposed to like Yoo-Hoo.
Yeah.
Like, why is Yoo-Hoo a character?
Oh, the most important thing for Wuwa. You sent me a character ranking sheet.
I did.
And we did that.
We did do that.
Burn. Did you happen to check the mobile games thread when me and Vol were posting these?
I did not.
You're gonna have to scroll up quite a bit because there's pulse attacks there.
The mobile games thread kind of progresses at a very healthy clip.
Well, Vol writes essays, and I did a spurg on
Yes.
the ZZZ stream, posting everything that was relevant to people in there. But that was Vol's. It was a very intricate list, and that was mine. I guess I'll move them to live show chat.
I mean, neither of those is a particular surprise.
Well, what was surprising was I kind of made a passive mental note of it, but Vol typed it out in full, and that there are similarities, but there are also complete differences.
Yeah, they're radically different lists, but they list the exact same things, just from a slightly different flavor.
Why? No, actually, no. I already know the answer to this. But Denia's portrait is focused on the thighs, not the face.
I think that was just a mistake on the part of the person that made it, but I mean,
I don't think it was. I really don't think it was.
No, she's not exactly known for her thighs. There are characters that have taken that already.
I mean, there pretty much aren't. There pretty much aren't any Wuwa characters who don't have decent thighs, other than maybe Yoo-Hoo, who I'm choosing to bag on because I don't like Yoo-Hoo because she keeps showing up in my polls. But yeah, so that's not going to surprise anybody that Ari got Phoebe in the first slot and I got Chisa in the first slot. But there are similarities there, other than them both having turned into memes, although for a bad reason for Chisa. But like, they both use their weapon to fly, for instance. And they're both very good at repairing machinery in their own unique ways.
Totally opposite ways. Phoebe
But,
is a proponent of concussive maintenance.
But there's sort of a parallelism to these two radically different lists, in the sense that so slot 2, Ari's got Galbreno and I've got Hiyuki, who are both sort of like the stoic, white-haired elder female character, the One-san type. So in totally different aesthetic directions, but still fundamentally the same archetype. Slot 3, they're both characters from Raguna, whose names start with CAR. So again, completely different characters, but with this weird parallelism. Slot 4, I got Danya, and Ari got Sagrika, who are canonically best friends who go to the same academy and hang out together, etc., but with radically contrasting personalities. In the 5th slot, I got Mornier and Lene, who again radically different contrasting personalities, but student and teacher and appeared in the same patch. 6 and 7 were a little bit jumbled. I got Yuno in 6 and Ari got Yuno in 7, so they both sort of equivalently appear there. But for me, the other one was Yang Yang, and for Ari, the other one was Chiakona, who are both canonically trained singers, who then decided to, rather than stay in one place and sing, go on an adventure. So they have a parallelism as well, despite being radically different. In the, what number am I up to? 8th slot, I got Changli and Ari got Augusta, who are sort of like your sort of imposing red-haired One-san types. In the 9th slot, I got Cantarella and Ari got Zani, which the commentary that I posted was huge tracts of land.
Because of course.
The different booby ladies from the Raguna area.
And in the 10th slot, I got Amith and Ari got Lupa, who are both like very upbeat pink women. So there is a very rigid, surprisingly rigid parallelism between the two lists, which we made completely independent of each other without any kind of consultation of any sort. But ended up ranking the same archetypes in each slot pretty much down the line, but not matching any characters except Yuno. Sadly, the only character that did match between our two lists was Yuno, who is most known for her feet. Why did it have to be feet?
Why are feet characters always so fun to play? It's not right, man. They need to stop.
They always be feetin'. But yes, that was an aside that I didn't expect Aristotle to bring up. But it was interesting at any rate to see it play out. But yeah, so overall, I think the new area is very pretty, and for the sort of people who spend most of their time in game taking screenshots, I feel like the new Mingzhou area is like an absolute haven. Like everything is a screenshotable vista, much like a lot of the places in Raguna, but even more so. I feel is very picturesque.
Raguna's very watery. If you want more bamboo than watery, you can go to Mingzhou.
Yeah, so when you've had your fill of Venice, then you can go and have your fill of China instead. But but yeah, I liked the way that it played out. It was slow paced, but I feel like that's a good way to introduce a region most of the time. I feel like the best paced regional introduction was probably Septimont, because they had a really good balance of like fast paced and slow paced, as well as having very strong continuity between the previous region and the new region, which is something that you can't always do depending on the way the story is written. It was a weird opening with the sort of very rushed farewell from Star Torch. It was like, well, that felt kind of weird, that suddenly everybody just kind of like showed up and said goodbye, as though they all knew what was about to happen, even though Rover just made the decision off the cuff. Which is kind of weird, but okay.
She still got some lines.
She got more lines in her farewell to Rover than she did in the entire rest of the version. Just frustrating.
You got
deeply
Shoujo bubbles.
Frustrating. Yes, she does. Anytime she speaks to Rover, for some reason, shoujo manga bubbles appear in the background. So obviously she is very fond of Rover.
Unfortunately, new character is probably going to win the waifu wars. Well, new
Yeah,
version of old character.
Yeah, so basically, a lot of the climactic scenes involve a certain amount of flirting, which made Liang Yu very uncomfortable because while Rover and Yang Yang are having a little moment in the wake of one of the boss fights, Liang Yu is just sort of standing off to the side and they haven't noticed her. And they're sort of like staring deeply into each other's eyes, no matter which gender of Rover you picked. They're sort of staring deeply into each other's eyes and having a little moment. And Liang Yu's just like, cough, cough. I've been here for a while now. But
ruin the moment.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously had their little moment, but this is pretty much par for the course for female characters and Rover, generally speaking. Like even Susu has her little shopping date with Rover, where they go and well, Susu attempts not to work and ends up spending the entire time working. But yeah, they're um yeah, it's a nice patch. It's not going to be the patch that everybody remembers, like the patch where you fight Sigilim, or the patch where you fight Aleph 1, or that sort of peak. But I feel like it does its job very well. I really like the area. I like the new enemies, although they feel like they're a bit more hit point spongy than previous ones, which is not necessarily a bad thing, considering old enemies just evaporate when you look at them. The I suppose the weakest part really is the fact that the main villain doesn't seem to have a lot of substance to him established yet. He's just sort of like a bad man,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I thought the stuff with Yang Yang was good. I thought the general introduction of the region was good. The only two complaints I have about the new zone are the villain didn't have a whole lot of impact, and I don't think did as good of a job as possible. Like there feels like there's obvious missed potential with using him to establish the region. I get that they're trying to go for more villain of the week. Maybe he'll come back a bit later and all that, but I going a bit more heavy handed with him. Uh, Probably would have helped since we're establishing an entire new region and would give us yet another anchor point, which is always a good thing. And the actual traversal of the zone on the motorbike does not feel anywhere near as good as any of the Laharoy zones.
Yeah, you can sort of tell that the motorbike was designed for Lahai Roy and not designed for the stone forest.
Yeah, in particular,
Where,
because they put so many grapple points all over the place for the bike, you'll wind up yanking yourself 50 miles away when you're just trying to grab some resources or grab a bird.
yeah, I sort of I can understand why they did that, and it feels like a compromise option because the purpose of most of the grapple points is to give you a place to sit and recharge your jump points, and that's sort of a necessity due to the structure of the area.
Very vertical area.
Which I mean, this is a double-edged sword, right? It feels bad for the motorcycle. However, what it does have in its favor is that it's not denigrated by the ability of the motorcycle to fly. Like if you started Lahai Roy with the motorcycle able to fly, it would have been a sucky zone. You
Yeah.
wouldn't have nearly as nice memories of it. However, other than there's a certain amount of mechanical jank associated with using the motorcycle in Mingzhou, that the Mingzhou zone is not nearly as affected by the ability to fly. Similarly to the last zone of Lahai Roy is not the Dimmer Plains is not nearly as negatively affected by the ability to fly, simply because it's a highly vertical, highly sort of like spaced out area with lots of abysses and that sort of thing. Like it's almost like you're once you are committed to the idea of adding flying of any kind or high speed long range gliding, you kind of have to design a zone like that. You can't design a plane anymore. I think that they probably should have just had more faith in the design, in the plane's design with the motorcycle as primary mode of transport. I think that they're just sort of afraid that people will get fed up, rather than actually have evidence that it's a bad idea to leave ground transport as the main mode of travel.
Well, even with the wings on the bike, while that wouldn't be as good as driving around on it normally in a zone that's big and open, I still like the big openness of the early Laharoy zones, even flying, because it's just the thing's just fun to drive around, listen to music, and look
Yeah,
at the
but
scenery.
what I'm really getting at is that I feel like if that it wouldn't have worked if you had the ability to fly at the start, because it would have ended up like Monster Hunter Wilds,
Yeah.
where you just don't know the zone at all. There's nothing coherent or familiar about it because you never really saw it from the ground. At least that's how I think it would have played out. So, Yeah, but in this case, it's like, well, now we're trying to make a zone that is designed for aerial traversal, but we need to retrofit it to compensate for the fact that the type of aerial traversal we introduced has a set of various janky things associated with the way it's executed in order to try and make it less powerful than the flying glider, which it is. Like, you can't traverse as surely or as far on the bike's glider as you can in the flying mode in, say, Renashita or Jinjo, but it still has some of the same attributes from an exploratory perspective, but it's harder to learn the zone intrinsically than it is in, say, Lahairoi, where you can sort of just find your way around. And the main obstacle to finding your way around in Lahairoi is the sheer scale of the thing, because it's a gigantic zone.
The
Mingzhou is quite large, but mainly because it's layered.
Yeah, I know it's not as clean of a comparison because it's an introductory zone like the first zone of Lahairoi, but I think it's easier to compare it to the last Lahairoi zone we got, the one with all the islands,
The
and
Dimmer Plains.
yeah, to see what we did different here. And the biggest difference between the two zones is whereas in the Dimmer Plains, it's roughly a circle that has roads going through each floating island that you can drive on to recoup your energy, and you'll basically only go up in the air if you need to ascend up to a higher spot on an island you're already on, or cut across the big gap in the middle. There's while you can fly, there ain't a whole lot of reason unless you're specifically like bird hunting to stay permanently flying there. Or not bird, what do they call it? Tape hunting to stay permanently in the air in Lahairoi. Whereas this new zone has a lot of medium-sized holes in the ground everywhere, so you basically want to be airborne the entire time. So to fix this, they have included these stationary pads you can grapple to on the bike and sit there to recoup your flight juice and your jump points. And they just I think were a bit too overzealous in how many they put.
Yeah, I think that they just had sort of too much of a good thing. Like, I shouldn't be able to reach like 3 of them from one position. That's kind of a bit much, I feel.
Yeah, like, and they wind up just
There are
getting everywhere.
there are some well-roaded areas, but I feel like they're also a little bit underplayed. Like, it doesn't quite feel as civilized in some way, despite theoretically having more civilization.
Actually,
But
we are in the game. I can just teleport to give examples.
but yeah, it's also I feel like the average island size, like in practical terms, is smaller. Like, as a landmass, the landmass is actually larger, but because it's sort of like 2 to 3 layers of land, the practical island size before you hit a cliff, even if it's not suspended over abyss, is quite small, relatively speaking, or at least it feels that way. Partly because the bike moves so damn fast, but yeah, there are various things about it that, like, honestly though, it's not at the level of game breaking. It's just at the level of, well, this is something that you could profitably give them feedback on, and they would probably take it to heart if you were specific enough about, well, this particular thing is like, well, this doesn't make the traversal feel good. It's very excessively focused on practicality rather than organic design or whatever.
So that Fern's not left
The
out totally in the lurch here, I'm risking turning on my Discord stream so you can see what we're talking
Bro,
about.
you didn't update your internet. You just updated your computer.
It'll be fine.
You can't. This is the opposite of trying to download RAM.
We're stress testing it.
But yeah, there are certainly traversal issues of various kinds. But to be totally honest, I've just kind of avoided using the grapple points at all.
I tried to, but the tism, my lord. Whenever there's collectible stuff, the bike can grab.
I like, my approach has been like, before I take off, I pull out Lucilla, I take a photograph and collect all of the loot, and then I do my traversal.
Yeah.
And also accidentally grab like 3 rafter kites while I'm at it, because she's hacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like the region, but I kind of want to spend some more time getting to know it. There's a lot of detail in there. It seems kind of simple, like a lot of zones, in fact, in the game. It seems kind of simple initially, but the complexity starts to emerge once you actually spend some time down at ground level, because you spend a lot of time floating around in the air because everything is built on these stone pillars, basically. But yeah, I like it. I think it's very picturesque in a lot of ways. The sunsets are spectacular in that region, although the sunsets are spectacular in a lot of regions. The city is conveniently circular, which seems to be a popular aspect of cities in Wuthering Waves. They are built in a circle.
Well,
But
Septimon is built in multiple circles.
Septimond is like Roman Minas Tirith.
Yeah, and then you've got what you call it, Raguna, which is a half circle with a circle in the
Just
middle
like
of it.
circular cities.
I
Yeah,
swear
so
it feels like the flight gas runs out faster in Mingzhou.
well, it's because the consequences of not making it to your destination are falling into the abyss instead of just landing.
But yeah,
But
flew around the Dimir Plains for a bit. You saw how there's a lot of roads you can just land on. Here, you'll see stretches of road like right here. That's kind of pseudo road I can land on to get my gas back. But because of the radical elevation changes, it's not as natural as it is in the Dimir Plains. So I'm driving here, but you'll notice like all around me are grapple points to go up and really go up, and then really, really go up. And this is all explorable terrain vertically. They just have very vertically integrated this zone. So the grapple points are necessary. Oops, I ran next to a tacit Discord thing, so I got de-biked. Yeah, so that's why they're here. They're necessary. You can't just get rid of them, but they do, I think, just have too many of them.
yeah, I think that if it had just been the platforms, that would have been fine, or if it had just been the birds, that would have been fine. But having the platforms and then the moving birds wandering by them just makes it confusing.
Yeah. Oh, I know why it feels like it, because in in the Dimir Plains and in Laha Roy now, for that matter, they retrofitted it. Whenever you do a grapple in the air to a grapple point, you recharge some or all of your flight juice. But here, it's mostly these landing points, which, in general, if you were just flying, you want to avoid if you're trying to get somewhere in, a natural, organic flying manner. You're not planning to stop at every gas station on the way, but you do have to remember to stop at a few if you're just going on a real long flight out of the zone.
One of them is a Bucky's.
None of them are Bucky's. They're all way too small for that, and they don't have any bathrooms. I'm not a Bucky's fanboy like a lot of people, but I can respect them making their advertising. We have clean restrooms.
The sort of the southern fanaticism for Bucky's is sort of a stereotype outside the US.
Yeah.
It's like, why do these people like the gas station so much? This is weird.
I mean, it's basically a stand-up entertainment shopping mall more than a gas station with clean bathrooms. Although it is a giant FS gas station.
I have seen some of these gas stations on YouTube and just the things that they sell. Actually, mind you, we're starting to get a lot of those in Australia as well.
You getting Bucky's?
Ridiculously, not Bucky's, but stuff on that scale.
Yeah, I don't
like they sell everything.
Yeah, well,
But
Bucky's.
I mean, there's a lot of nowhere in Australia which you have to drive long roads between. So
I mean, having an entertainment stop that's huge with every food imaginable there probably is handy in Straya.
You can buy a questionable Philly cheesesteak, and you can fill up your car. And generally, they'll actually have the cheapest fuel for a long, long way around them too.
That's the thing about. There's a stereotype with gas station food. There are two stereotypes, and I always experience the second one. Where the first stereotype is gas station food is gas station food is terrible, and you usually get this from the north or very city dense areas. But you go out in areas that have long drives. The gas station food is the best food you've ever had.
Oh yeah, like our local Roadhouse does phenomenal burgers. You just go there if you want a burger.
Yeah. If you
This is
just
the sort of burger that if you try to bite it, you're going to unhinge your jaw if you want to get a good bite of it.
yeah,
They're
like
huge.
if you want the best tacos, like the Americanized hard shell tacos, like the gas station that I drive to going to Atlanta and always stop at has the best tacos. They're cooked in house. It's wonderful.
Mm.
I don't think we've got anything anywhere near that quaint in New Zealand like your. The only thing that you're going to find in a remote gas station is the worst prices on fuel anywhere.
Oh my,
Like
yeah. The fuel prices are always terrible.
you need to sort of like just assume that you're not going to stop at any popular way station. Like never make sure you fuel up in Wellington, don't fuel up in Picton. I say this because Wellington is the capital, and Picton is where the ferry from Wellington to the South Island lands. You fill up before you get on the ferry. Do not fill up after you get on the ferry unless you want to pay like an extra $1 per litre. Because
Yeah.
they will screw you. Because there is
In
no city within a gajillion miles of Picton. It's like 200 kilometers to Kaikoura.
Yeah. Like because I've got one of these mega stops pop up in the next town over, it's actually cheaper for me to drive there to fuel up the car and come back. It's like 30 cents a litre cheaper.
Oh no, I've discovered a new show
And
pastime in
yeah.
Wuwa. The new city has a giant Saturn ring around it.
You go zoom on your motorbike around it.
It rotates so it turns into a game of incredibly complicated hopscotch.
Yeah. Now that's the thing. Like with roadhouses in rural Australia, you'll either get the best food, or you'll get a roadhouse that takes half an hour to make a grilled cheese wrap, and they've got AI art on the walls of 50s era looking women sitting down to a plate of severed human fingers. I'm not kidding. That's actually a thing.
Okay.
Yeah. That's in Hughenden if you were ever in the neighborhood.
I
They cheaped out on
think
their art.
think I
They
would
went
steer
AI.
clear of a gas station where they advertise eating human fingers.
I would advise it. Like $20 for a wrap, and it took them half an hour to get it out, and it wasn't really that great. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, like, the only thing you can get at gas stations in New Zealand, other than the squirts from eating their sushi, is
E.
extremely
coli.
extremely fried food. I don't know how many
Yeah,
times they fried it, but it looks very fried.
yeah. Well, at least you know the E. coli won't survive.
Like that's just how
I
we do
I
everything
feel
in the
like
South. So
I
I'll just
feel
be
like
like, oh,
they put I feel like they put the E. coli back on afterwards.
Got a shaker of it.
Yeah, there's just got an E. coli shaker on the bench. Just reapply the E. coli if it dies in the deep fryer.
oh, that's where all your missing media went. Went to the gas station.
Could be. Maybe they got
Could
to
be
keep it incubating out the back so that they can top up their E. coli shaker.
getting very
But yeah,
strange.
anyway. So yeah, I haven't done much in the way of side quests. I did accidentally the dungeon side quest. So she's got a little bit of story now. Not a huge amount, but more than a lot of 4 stars. Like, I mean, what do you know about Yuanwu or Yuhu or Taochi or any
I
of
mean,
those characters? But no, Dungeon is popular enough that they've decided to bump her to the top of the list as far as getting story is concerned. And the devs clearly know because one of the achievements you get for her is called Done Solo. So
Yes.
she is like the premier meaninglessly selected to be the solo character character for solo clears. But
Yeah. There,
It was silly. It was fun. It had a very weird sort of mini gamey thing at the end that I didn't really understand what was going on, but I was down. I was
lots
cool
of
with it.
experimental little mini game like mechanics and her quests playing with the robot. But yeah, Fern, you don't know because you haven't really got into Wuwa yet. But a bunch of the characters from 1.0 just never got stories. They never got around to them.
I kind of noticed that. Yeah,
They were
they're
so
just
busy.
there.
They were so busy fixing 1.0 and getting on to 2.0, which had a totally new roster and aesthetic, that a bunch of the characters just got left out in the lurch with no story at all. And Donjin was one of these characters. Just a random
Yeah,
4-star who got popular because she is the most like straightforward in terms of buttons pressed character to play, but she pays dividends if you do perfect play because her whole shtick is she does more damage the lower health she is, and her whole resources gets built up as she gets lower on HP. So the sweaty community and the community that you would watch YouTube videos of people doing ridiculous stuff with against bosses in Wuwa use is Donjin, but she had no story at
yeah.
all.
Initially, I thought like they just got the Genshin treatment, where they were just in an event and that's it. They just cast adrift. But no, they didn't even get that.
No, they got nothing for a bunch of them.
Well,
So
Gigi got that. That's why nobody knows anything about Gigi. I saw a bunch of newer people meeting Gigi at the start of this patch, and they're like, "Who is this person? We know them apparently, but I've never seen Gigi before."
I thought she had a character quest.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't do those. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, I mean it's one stock unit
Well,
standard character quest, but
the other thing I guess is that when you meet her on her character quest, she already knows you there as well.
oh yeah, I guess I think we talked about that. How it's implied she saw you in an event or something that we just weren't there for.
And
But
then you head up to the academy, and Zhangli Yao is there as well, and he already knows you as well.
yeah, he was like the first like near anniversary, not anniversary, but like the end of
He
the
was
first half of
the
1.0.
Chinese New Year. He was the Chinese New Year free 5-star.
Yeah, that they gave out that year. So he was around for that event. Shortly after that, they stopped not archiving events, and so all the events are archived, and you can go get the rewards now. But until they started moving on to Raguna, the events just went into the void, like Genshin did. Thankfully, they cut that crap out.
Yeah, it's like so. What else have I done? I've got most, not all. I've got a goodly portion. I've got all of the Asterite. We'll say I've got all of the Asterite out of Lament Recon's rerun, um, which like it's just so much better than the crap that HSR has been foisting on us. Like I can just sit and zone out playing that game mode for an extended period of time.
Yeah,
The only real criticism I've got for it is that I'm fairly sure that the Wuwa team don't know what the word endless means or infinite or any of these words, which imply like a bottomless ongoing of a thing.
no, it
Because
means
anytime they
30.
say something is anytime they say something is endless, they mean like 10 more than usual.
Yeah, the endless mode has an end that's just like the norm. They Vampire Survivor seems to be back in vogue with the gachas because we just had a Vampire Survivor S game in ZZZ as well. But Wuwa has a very elaborate one that they did as a bigger event earlier, and this one they've released is now a permanent version of that that has a few more bells and whistles and is a little bit more tuned up with more characters. Although I think
I
some of
mean,
the old characters
I
weren't
wouldn't
brought
mind if
back.
they Yeah, so well, some of them were a little bit primitive compared to the new system that they've implemented with more gear and stuff. But the I wouldn't mind if they kept updating this, like, because I just kind of like it. It's a good way to zone out. Uh, I was a bit surprised to see some people finding difficulty with it, But
I mean,
okay, I guess
Mornier's cracked.
I didn't even try Mornier. Like I did it. I did it. I think my best clear was probably with Hiyuki.
Hiyuki's pretty good.
I
Brant is awful.
I built a Bakey fortress.
Brant is hilarious and awful because he relies on the Bakey Fortress to you basically you get the equipment, the spatula equipment that spawns more Bakeys, and Brant's whole stick is the Bakeys will pop out healing balls you can pick up like any other item in Vampire Survivor. But when he picks up a healing ball, around him an anchor will fall from the sky and bop stuff. So you just want an army of Bakeys constantly popping out healing balls for him to pick up so he can drop anchors?
Well, that's how I built my Hiyuki on my best run. I built a Bakey fortress. I just got all of the possible Bakeys, and then I got the thing that does damage to something nearby when you pick up a healing ball, and just flooded the arena with healing balls. And this was the way I managed to absolutely trounce Bowser with its massive HP pool. Was simply flood the arena with Bakeys and heal Abby to death.
Yeah. I went and looked up the strats after I'd got the clear 30 waves, but just to see what people were doing.
The strats are.
I wanted to see what people were doing because I already got my clear with Mornier. And Mornier is a really popular pick, but they play her the total opposite way that I do, apparently, for easy clears for people that are having trouble.
I don't even know what she does. Is she the standstill character?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I've never tried her.
She has a increased pickup range and the fastest move speed in the game, but she only attacks when standing still. And the whole shtick with her is you get all the stuff that has bonuses when you're standing still, and you just make her defense nothing because she's so fast she can just walk around everything. and then you get the equipment that gives you mega buffs for having negative defense. And this is what I did. And this worked like a charm. I didn't even have to move for the last 7 waves. But apparently online the strat is, okay, once you get to wave 20 with Mornier, all you gotta do is run around the edge of the arena in a circle. And just not try and kill anything.
I saw people say the same thing about Danya, who is nigh on unkillable.
Yeah, she's naturally stupid tanky because her whole shtick is she has to touch enemies to explode.
But it's like, why are you saying I've got to run away as Danya? She's practically immortal. Like, what are you afraid of?
Like, you just take a few points in extra defense and you're good.
Which is sort of why I decided to do the Hiyuki run, because it's like, well, she's a totally conventional character. She does bleed her own health a little bit, but, she just hits things with a sword. And I just did a conventional hit things with a sword, run all the way through, and it went perfectly fine. So it couldn't have been as hard as all of that, even if I did build a Bakey fortress on the way, because as soon as I realized what Bakey did, I thought it was hilarious and just wanted more Bakeys.
Well, you can't not take Bakey when he shows up, because he's just free healing and a thing on the field.
I even had her carry a gold spatula, even though the spatula is totally not recommended for her.
You just can't not take Bakey when he shows up. He's not super valuable, but he's adorable.
I only had one bad stage, and it was because they placed the Bakeys in an arc equidistant from each other in a line around the perimeter.
I must enlighten Fern.
Of the stage, so I couldn't actually camp any Bakeys. I just had to keep running around, so I didn't make much money that stage. But
you should have already met Bakey, Fern, in Wuwa.
Honestly, can't remember.
I will go there on my stream.
Oh wait, Bakey's the big oven thing in the middle of Renacida?
Yeah, in Raguna.
Yeah, the pizza
Raguna
oven.
Sailor?
The pizza oven echo.
That's shaped like a cat.
Okay, yeah, I have met that.
Yeah, you just in this Vampire Survivors mode, there are 2 ways to get Bakey. You can get multiple Bakeys. You can get a buff in the shop that just adds a Bakey to the field, and there's 2 rarities of it, I think. Or you can get a spatula, and for every spatula you have, you get a Bakey, and the Bakey gets stronger the higher rarity the spatula is, and the more upgraded it is. And they just poop out healing balls.
If they're going to take the strat where you just run around the perimeter, why not just play Shorekeeper instead?
don't
Get a
think I
bunch of
tried
frying
her.
pans and you'll be fine.
I don't think I tried
Well,
her.
Shorekeeper's primary weapon is a frying pan, and for every frying pan, you get one of those little square robots like the ones in Neo Automata.
Oh, right, I
That
did. I did use her. Okay, I remember this.
and you can get them by other ways as well, and you can get flamethrower ones and mines and explode. Basically, she's a minion master type of thing,
Yeah,
and it does all the fighting for you while you just sort of run around and avoid damage and pick up items. That you don't have to do anything. She basically doesn't attack.
yeah.
I mean, you can hit things with a frying pan, but I strongly advise against it because it doesn't do very much. But like, if you're just going to avoid the fight, you might as well play Shorekeeper because she's going to still kill everything.
I think the shtick is for people with low dexterity. Mornier's base movement speed just makes it easier to avoid stuff because she's no joke, like 200%. Despite having no legs, Girlfriend is the fastest character in the cast.
I usually just grit my teeth and take the thing that locks your speed at 80% because then you can take as many speed demerits as you want and just rack up bonuses by taking endless speed demerits.
I did that a couple
provided
times.
Provided you can get used to the 80% speed, which will result in certain fat monsters trying to sit on you like that damn dragon.
Yeah.
But I very rarely managed to kill any boss monsters because they would keep running away. Like, the only reason I managed to kill a Bowser is because a Bowser actually tries to kill you, whereas most of the bosses just run away to the edge of the arena and glare at you.
Yeah. Like, all but one of them has a charge away. I don't think... Can Hecate charge away? I don't think she can charge away, but all the other ones can.
No, but she doesn't have to move towards you to fight you. So if she just decides to drift away from you, she's not going to come back. You'll have to go over and fight her.
Yeah, you got to stick on her nuts, but she's not gonna make you go chase her across the arena like the dragon and Arsenosis. At least Arsenosis charges only once, and then she stops. The dragon can do 1 to 3, and it seems random each time.
Dragon's a douchebag. Anyway, it's a fun little game mode. I enjoy playing it. I'll probably go back and try some other characters because there's still stuff for me to unlock actually because I haven't done the 12 stage run because once you're at stage 12 it's like, well, why not take this all the way? So I end up wasting a huge amount of time.
It's okay, it's fun. I liked it. I think it's a good event. I'm glad they made it permanent. I don't see myself actively going back to it, but it's got room for updates. And if they put more stuff in it, I'll go back to it.
If they brought this back, like they had it in 2.0, if they bring it back in 3.0 and 4.0 and 5. Well, not 0.0, but like .x. If they bring it back every time, I wouldn't complain. If they just add a little bit to it each time.
Yeah, I think it's a high quality minigame.
Yeah, it's way higher quality than most of the shovelware that you get out of Hoyo. There's only a couple of really decent events in the Hoyo games, and they've been getting worse. They are, with ZZZ being the exception, that I think they just hit upon something fairly decent with their vertical shmup thing. Although it did end up being a bit. This feels like they've kind of made it too simple.
Yeah, it definitely was, had the budget of popsicle sticks and obviously is not as produced as the Wuwa thing. And if it had gone much longer, I would have started to get bored with it, but
yeah, I don't feel like it was really a production issue. Like, I think that the art style does it more favors than demerits.
Yeah.
But I think that the issue is simply the sort of flat nature of it. It's depthless, but it probably didn't take very long to make either. And and for the probably low outlay, they had managed to do a lot with it. But the HSR ones are just dog water. Time and time again, they complete dog water, and nobody seems to be able to explain why.
Like holy crap! The last event in HSR.
Well, I don't know. I'm undecided as to whether the last event or the one before it was worse.
The spaceships were worse. Somehow those offended me more, and that's my only line of thinking here.
Yeah, I didn't even get all of freaking Asteroid and that. I wonder, did they make it permanent? Can I go back and finish that?
Heck if
I don't know.
heck if I know.
I missed some Chivos and stuff. Because I just got fed up with it very, very quickly. And now I need the Stellar Jade. But yeah, it's the whatchamacallit, Lament Recon is a good mini game, real quality mini game. Now, Mingzhou is full of mini game type events apparently, and I haven't tried any of them. Like, it
Oh,
looks like there's like a UFO catcher and a bunch of other bits and pieces. I haven't touched a single one because I only had time to blow through the main story.
so well, there's not really any story to spoil on this, but I'll keep the mechanical stuff to a minimum so you can still experience it. But yes, there are a lot of mini game types. A bunch of there's one faction of people out there that are shooting movies, and whenever you find them, they make you control an Echo that has a unique mini game associated with it. One of them's literally just a tutorial for the robot that you already did. But the other ones are like, you know, the like most basic of basic pseudo tower defense things that doesn't last but like less than a minute, and like the plate catcher game in the arcade in Wuwa where you have the character and they got to catch stuff falling from the
Oh
sky.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like that,
Yeah.
except you're in a 3D space with a dog.
I
And these,
see.
and one of them is like you roll around as one of the little armadillo things.
Are the armadillos like legit animals, or are they echoes? Like, I'm not even sure,
Uh,
or TDs, or
you're watching
uh,
through that one. You're watching security footage, but you control the armadillo. So I don't know if they're animals. I think they're animals. I don't think they're TDs. The other ones are all controlling a echo to do something. But the armadillo you're just watching through a security footage. So I guess that's a real animal.
I see.
But yeah, there's a ton of these that'll be some of the quests in your quest log, and they just take 2 seconds to clear out. As soon as I realized that there's a bunch of them in like one of the plazas. I forget exactly where it is. It's like they're all concentrated in one spot. A bunch of them are anyway, but I forget which plaza it is in Mingzhou. I cannot. It's near the south or the southwest.
Well, at least they're not auto battlers.
Yeah, and they're real short. The crane
The
game,
thing,
however, is a
the,
core feature here. Get used to that.
the thing is, like, HSR's events tend to have high production values and no gameplay, and that's sort of the problem with them. Like, in terms of like the graphic design that it surrounds, like the dice game and the ships game and the theme park game and that, like, there's not nothing. It's not nothing. The
But
problem is that there's no actual gameplay.
they forgot the video game part of the equation.
Yeah. But why? Like, it seems very weird. Like, there's this one autistic guy in the office who's obsessed with automatic gameplay and just does it every time. And but when they set out to like just make a one-shot mini game, you get things like where you have that little game where you fight the whatchamacallit, the TV tower dragon thing.
Yeah,
Which, like, it's incredibly simplistic and it lasts for like 1 minute, but it's like also infinitely more entertaining than the ship game.
yeah. I felt bad for
How?
Thunder.
How is this the same dev team?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm thinking less and less the issues with HSR are funding and resource related, and more just production issue related. Because they do have stuff like that in there, but it's always not like people that are on the event team that are able to produce it.
For like a really like narrow tool set that is used to develop those 2D platformy type sections, there's actually a huge diversity of different silly tricks that are pulled off in there. And I know that, a lot of them, like, there's a very storied legacy of, you know, 2D platforming elements to draw on in gaming history, but they still managed to jam a whole bunch of that stuff in ways that have their own sort of like Plan Arcadia flavor. And none of that imagination has gone into any of the gameplay of the events. It's just really bizarre.
Like, we used to have events on that were even higher quality than some of the stuff we get in ZZZ. Like, I like the Bang Boo stuff. It's short and it's kind of rudimentary right now, but it has some stuff. But they used to do in HSR like the ghost hunting event
Yeah,
and the
I
Pokemon event.
don't know. I don't know what happened. Like the Pokemon one was really elaborate. Like holy crap, they put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, from what I've heard, like I wasn't playing at the time that one came out, but from what I've heard, people really bagged on it. They hated it. Like it's all rose-colored glasses now, so you can't find any evidence of that. But from what I've heard people say, people did nothing but whinge.
Yeah, I can believe it. I mean,
Possibly because you needed to think for 5 minutes before fighting some of those bosses.
yeah, like it wasn't like, you know, the hardest puzzle in the world to solve, but you couldn't just go up against the entire roster with
But it was
one
harder
set
than
of
fighting
echoes.
the ships, wasn't it?
Yeah, like
The Unga Bunga solution was not the immediate one.
yeah, you had to actually stop and think about your team composition a little bit, and it was like a proper RPG team building puzzle. But and it was just Pokemon, but in HSR. Like, it wasn't absurdly complicated. If you played video games before or you played RPGs before, you can figure it out.
Yeah, but you would probably still die the first couple of times while you did so.
Yeah, it would.
And maybe there are some people who just can't handle that.
I think there are. Like, I don't consider death or loss or failure to complete an objective the first time to be a bad thing or a waste of time at all. But there are some
There's
people that just
necessary
really
information gathering.
Yeah, but there are some people that do, especially in turn-based games. Like the first run, I expect to have overlooked something and need to see the parts in motion before I can go back and fix it.
I feel like this is like 2005 entitled casuals.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
But I'm horrified by the idea that maybe the dev team just decided to not care about the mini games anymore because they couldn't make anyone happy.
I think there is a rather high likelihood that's at least part of their thinking. Like, no matter what they do, they're going to bag on it. Doesn't matter how much effort or production we put into it. So just put out the bare minimum and just focus on the main story or whatever.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I thought that I thought that fighting the dragon was kind of cool, even if it was stupid and easy. It was like, well, this is something that I didn't do anywhere else in the game. It's totally unique to this particular scenario.
Yeah.
But anyway, I went back and did it again. Actually, yesterday I went to decide I'm going to shoot Thundercoil again, and I got an achievo for doing it again.
I feel bad for
Just
Thundercoil.
being mean to the dragon.
Well, I mean,
he's a nice dragon.
I have. No, he's not. I have a long running grudge against him because I offered him in the first patch mung bean soda and he electrocuted me.
That was rude.
He's a nice dragon.
No, he's an incredibly partisan dragon who doesn't respect mung bean soda.
Oh dear.
For reference, Fern, this is a giant F-off purple dragon that lives on top of a radio tower to give electricity and supply radio signals everywhere. And you can call him on a street payphone and have a conversation with him.
Yeah, okay, you just call up the local dragon.
Yeah, he'll talk to you.
He doesn't have much else to do. He's just there, making sure that there's continuity in the TV signals. That's his job these days. Back in the day, he was like the storm dragon that flew through the air, the terrifying yokai everybody was afraid of. But industrial retraining in the modern era means he's got to do a day job. I'm not even joking. That's literally the reason.
No, I can believe it.
Yeah, this is not Emperor TTS abridged summary here. This is legit the lore.
Yeah, I can absolutely believe that.
whatchamacallit, there's a different spin on it in the English relative to the Japanese. Like in the English, basically when Sparkle calls them yokai, other characters call her politically incorrect. Basically, they say, "Oh, that's not not a term they're comfortable with. You shouldn't call them that." It's actually not like that in the Japanese version of the script. In the Japanese version of the script, the yokai actually react to it wistfully. It's like, "Oh, that's a nostalgic thing. I missed those days," type of thing.
Yep.
And you can see the discontinuity in the text when you get to the patch before the most recent one, when you talk to the old school yokai at the hotel, and he's like longing for the old days where they were all yokai rather than, freaking wage slaves.
Yes.
Oh,
But that's like, it's just a discontinuity in the English script because they've decided that all of the yokai are on board with, diversity in employment. So
yeah. Oh, before I forget, this will be slightly relevant to Fern because the last thing he did in Wuwa, he had to suffer through it. So you may have noticed that in this Wuwa patch, when we're talking a lot about Yang Yang.
Yes.
You may remember Yang Yang in English.
Yang Yang in English was so bad they ended up cobbling together her lines just to make her sound or make her consistent.
Well, I got good news and bad news.
Oh.
The good news is she actually has a director this time.
That's something.
Bad news is she still has as much talent as a wet paper towel. So she does. She is doing her best, but girlfriend just has no aptitude for this. But you go to her behind the voice actor page, and the only other thing she's done is like a Bratz direct to DVD movie.
Oh dear.
rats.
Like it
Rats.
was like the edgy Barbies, still for girls, but edgy Barbies.
I sort of vaguely
Yeah.
remember.
The edgy Barbie
they
would have
like-
been an improvement.
Did they basically have the proportion of Funko Pops?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
proto Funko Pops that evolved from Barbies.
They were unbelievably cringe.
Yeah, they were late 90s, early 2000s. Same thing we already had, but with attitude.
Yeah. A product of that era.
And that is literally the only other thing that Yang Yang VA has voice acted in.
Their marketing line too.
Probably. It was everything's market.
Something like that.
Yeah, it was everything's marketing line in the late 90s, early 2000s.
With attitude. Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, Yang Yang is perfectly acceptable in English. She's not necessarily the most standout member of the cast, but
Yeah. She is.
did you see the? Go on.
She is tolerable now in English. It isn't nails on a chalkboard due to the director for Wuwa in general has gotten way better. Or they've got a new one since the 1.x days.
Is it raining in your world, or is
Yes.
it just raining in my world?
It's raining.
Because the water effect is kind of nice.
You mean?
I don't even have a good graphics card.
Yeah, it's
T-shirt wettening effect. You mean?
Fern, turn my stream on.
Oh dear.
Here we go.
I just
Here
want.
we
Hang on.
go.
I just want him to appreciate this.
Hang on. It's got to
Appreciate
stop
is
this ear
one.
from chewing on my face.
Appreciate is one term for it.
Get Discord to do what I want it to, because Discord is weird like that sometimes. Come on, Discord, do what I want you to.
Yeah, there's certain angles my graphics
go.
card kind of can't interpret this effect correctly. It's clearly designed for ray
Yeah.
tracing, but
So seeing it static is one thing. Seeing it actually in the game is
Yeah. And if I switch to
that must have spent way too much time in that.
if you switch to like a normal character, like she doesn't have any of that effect. Switch to Lene, immediately wet t-shirt, running water effects, and depth.
Yes. Extra depth.
they understood the assignment and decided it didn't go quite far enough.
Like they understood
They
the
go for extra
assignment.
credit here.
Yeah, they understood the assignment so well they went for extra credit.
Not to mention the incredible extra depth they put onto that thigh line.
Like, look at how shiny her midriff is in this.
I don't even have the super fancy graphics card, and it still looks pretty incredible.
They know their audience.
Well, the problem for the longest time with costumes is they didn't know their audience.
Yeah, they just kept doing sort of like weird generic streetwear for some reason.
Yeah, like just common wear. But the swimsuits, though, somebody has clearly been waiting for their opportunity.
My day has come.
Oh,
The rain
no.
is stopping.
Accidentally got on my bike. How do I accidentally hit two buttons at the same time? Shut up. Oh, no, I didn't jump high enough. So yeah. Anyway, segue aside. I wanted to mention Yang Yang's voice because it's going to be a point of contention for English listeners, because Yang Yang was bad.
Terrible.
Awful in 1.0. But
Really
she has some direction now. It's still like,
I wonder if that's why. It's like I always rather liked Yang Yang. I thought she was sort of like charming in an overly romantic and wistful way, but it seemed like most people just had nothing but negative things to say about her. Maybe it's just because her voice acting was really terrible.
Yeah, it's because I think it was very obviously chopped in whenever she had to pronounce Hong Long. Because she said it precisely the same every single time, regardless of what the rest of her inflection was.
It's like just insert Microsoft Sam in that place in the sentence.
Yeah, well, it's like they got one take where she said it correctly and then went and edited it into all the other takes.
Yeah, and as soon as you notice it, you just can't ignore it.
Yeah, so Girlfriend's got direction now. It's tolerable, but she still has all the talent of a wet paper bag. Like, this is just not what she was born to do.
We love you, but maybe try a different job.
Yeah. And, since 1.x, though, the general voice talent has radically improved. With the exception of a few, like Amos' performance in 3.1. She was much better in 3.3. I don't know what happened there. But in 3.1... basically all the characters are great now. Like,
I feel like in 3.1 somebody told her that Amith was a girl boss and she should play her like a girl boss.
Yeah, and then she realized, oh no, wait.
Yeah, Amith is just supposed to be sort of like a sweet high school girl in Arrested Development. She's been a high school girl for 30 years and doesn't really know what to do with herself.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, Zani sounds great with her, you could stretch and call it an Italian accent.
It's certainly an accent.
Like, Carlotta is just Mael from Expedition 33, same voice actress.
Oh, actually, did you hear the scuttlebutt about that?
No.
That came out today. Apparently, she's sort of like she quit the current game she's working on in a huff, where she's the main character, and now they've got to re-record everything.
Oh,
and it wasn't so much in a huff. Actually, if you read between the lines, it's basically she decided, oh, I'm not actually a lesbian after all, broke up with her girlfriend who's also working on the same game and now doesn't want to be on the game anymore.
That makes it even juicier.
That definitely sounds like voice actress trauma in the modern age.
It does.
Like, because basically every single English VA who isn't married is a lesbian or has proclaimed themselves to be a lesbian in a lesbian relationship with another voice actress. Like, this seems to be the industry norm, and it's really weird and toxic.
This is why I watch streams that have Grace's VA from ZZZ in them, because she's married. And
she's a very wholesome individual, I guess. Very fond of Grace, though.
But yeah, like who else? Like Galbraina has a very sexy Russian accent. Like Cartwheel's VA loves the game. Like, Girlfriend genuinely
Cartwheel's VA is not loved by the game.
No, but she's one of the few voice actresses that like really got into it when she got the role of Cartwheel, and and she sounds great, and she does fleur-de-lis too. So, and she
Is
has a
she one of the poor souls who the Gotch has decided, no, I hate you?
oh yeah,
Yeah, she decided to S6 Cardathea on stream and she lost every single 50-50 on the way up.
yeah, yeah. So, but she is really really good. Super big standout. Lupa, Augusta. I don't know what Augusta's accent's supposed to be, but it sounds amazing.
Well, it does. It's got its own unique character to it, at least. Like, you know Augusta's voice when you hear it, and I feel like a lot of their accents are synthetic. Like, they're not actually supposed to sound like any particular ethnicity, with the possible exception of Lumi's strange brogue,
Yeah, I think
which
Galbrina
I
actually.
think is supposed to be Scottish. I think it sounds very, very much like Scottish.
Yeah, I think Galbrina actually is from one of the old Soviet puppet states originally. So her voice is more natural than the rest of them. So, but man, is it hot when she rolls her R's.
I see.
Not so
I'll take your
hot
word for it.
when chimeras start yapping over her though,
Which she will
all the time.
regularly.
And like the voice acting in general just gets way better the further you go in. The only other exception to the voice acting that kind of is a weird slip is there's some misdirection on Sigrika where she is just too soft spoken.
I just don't generally like her voice acting from what I heard of it in the trailers and stuff
Yeah,
in the English.
she needs to emote, and girlfriend does not know how to emote. She cannot project at all.
Yeah, she sounds like she's reading, was my impression.
Like, yeah, so it's like they told her to project, but she just didn't, or she can't. Like, she's the only other one that has a bit of problems, but Segrika's not a pivotal character for, so it's not that big of a deal. Mornier's pretty good. She sounds autistic, and Mornier is autistic, so that works. It's a
What
different
about
type.
Danya? Like Danya's performance heavy chapter.
Danya is pretty good the whole way through. She's not standout, but she does okay. Lene sounds really good. Lene sounds perfect for her character. Danya could. It's not a perfect match, but it's close enough.
I feel like Linnea is sort of an easy character in some ways because all she has to do is be a vapid valley girl, because that's the role she's playing and who she actually wants to be is
Yeah,
an empty-headed teenager. But in the case of Danya, Danya's a psychological mess who's incredibly bitter, but is trying to play a role at the same time. And there's basically no hype moments in that chapter, so everything is about performance.
yeah, and she does okay. I there's room for improvement there, but it's not bad at all.
The point is for it to not detract the way some of the real clunkers from Amos' voice actress did.
Yeah, Amos' voice actress does drop the ball in 3.1. She fixes it in 3.3 quite a bit. But that chapter is basically all hype moments and incredibly high key emotional moments, so you kind of have the direction written for you. You can't really screw that up unless you're deliberately trying. I mean, her voice actress has talent. It's just the way she played Amos in 3.1 was bad.
That was a did not understand the assignment situation.
Yeah.
And the frankly, the director should have pulled her up on that. Like, it's his job to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. So there's a lot of Lupa's good too. You'll like the puppy if you ever get to the puppy. Everybody likes the puppy,
Lupa is just a female version of Lancer from Fate,
but she's adorable.
except she doesn't mind being dog-like, whereas Cuchulainn gets mad about being called a dog.
But yeah, you'll like Lupa. So yeah, Yang Yang passable now, workable just fine. All the new characters are fine. The character that I did not get salvaged though is Jinshi. She only has a couple lines, but you can tell that she is from a era when they were hiring out of the janitor's closet.
What about Susi?
She's fine. Uh, I wasn't paying too close attention to her lines because I was more concerned with paying attention to is Yang Gang going to screw this up? But she did fine the whole way through. If I was more keen to pull for her, I probably would have listened to her lines a bit more closely for quality. But it did not stick out as bad.
He's very shiny.
You are distracted looking at Yang Yang's sister because everything sparkles. Your eyes are too busy. Your ears can't compute right now. Girlfriend believes in gold trim.
They used a lot of polygons on her tummy. Like a lot of polygons.
Like you might have seen Linnea's eyeliner sparkling really brightly when it was raining earlier. Fern, imagine that, but everywhere.
So Suisi's role politically is she's sort of like the head of a trade guild, and so she's supposed to basically turn every head in the room when she enters it. So dressing and
she
making
does that with
herself
glitter.
up, dressing and making herself up really loud is really important for her job, and she clearly just enjoys it.
Yeah,
we should be able to. There you go. Well, that's the splash image for when her banner will come up, but it doesn't show the sparklies quite very well.
But yeah, the main issue I had with the story, I think, was that I kind of just lost the plot on what was going on between Suisui and Shin. Like, she's clearly being tested, but what is the test in aid of? Like, what is actually being tested? What is she supposed to do to pass? And I guess she just dances at one point because much of the way her sister tends to just break out into song randomly.
Yeah, I just kind of wrote that stuff up as weird Chinese gobbledygook. I expect a lot of that this chapter.
This is actually reasonably like on brand for Chinese drama. Like if somebody just decides to do a dance or sing a song or whatever
for no reason.
I mean, there's presumably a reason. I just don't necessarily always understand it. A lot of people got really hacked off hearing Yang Yang sing all the time, but
she does have a tendency to just break into song randomly.
She's a trained singer. It's her job. What was her job until she became a soldier?
But thankfully, in the English, we don't have to suffer through English Yang Yang singing.
Yeah, it's in Mandarin and the Japanese voice track as well.
And it's not the kind of I find very cloying operatic singing that like what's her name in Genshin does. The Geo character with the flag.
That's specifically like Peking opera. That's not like the way Chinese singing is done. There's a particular opera style. There's like to liken that as Chinese singing would be like saying that the fat woman with the Viking helmet is all Western singing.
I know, but the only experience in a gacha game of a Chinese character breaking into song that I have is that character. And I was like, oh no, please not that. Please. When you said she's going to start singing along, like, please not that. And no, okay, it's normal singing. Okay, we're good.
I probably would have warned you if it was going to be Peking opera.
Was the tism, my
there are several. There are 2 or 3 different songs, and she will just decide to sing sometimes. And none of them are the main theme song for the patch, which is a really really good catchy song. I've linked it in the music channel before, but I really like it. But there's an English version for that one, but the original version is 2 in Chinese. The English version isn't too bad. It's actually sung. It's actually performed pretty well.
Most Wuwa songs go out of their way to find an English singer that's gonna put their all into it. They don't go for the big, mainstream producers, but they go for people that are big enough, but still, probably considered in the indie scene. Your Will Stetsons and like that to do the singing. They love pulling Will Stetson for stuff.
They do once in a while just grab a random VTuber though.
They do.
Which is why Bao has a song in there for some reason.
Does Bao have a song? What's her song?
I can't remember. I can't remember now. One of the songs from the Rinashita era is sung by her. I can't remember which one. One of the English versions.
Just
at least that's what I've heard.
Mail.
I'd have to check. Yeah, at least that's what I've heard. I haven't checked to verify, but I didn't see anybody saying no, that's not correct.
Hmm.
But yeah, that's Wuwa. It's seems to be a strong patch with a lot of things to do, a lot of places to explore, with some gorgeous scenery, like the likes of which shame a lot of other games on the market. Like just standing on the roof and looking out at the city, you can see a lot of depth, and they've managed to represent it really well, even with my lower graphics capabilities. It
Oh,
still looks gorgeous.
oh no. It's
What?
Chiakona's idol song. Not the one that plays during her ult, I don't think, but the one when she's standing around.
I see. So it was Bao.
It appears to be,
I wasn't
yes.
I wasn't hallucinating that thread.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking of the dog twins for a second. I'm like, that's not right. And then I remembered, oh, that Bao. The one that's at the center of like 50 different dramas all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
But yeah, the game client size shrunk by another, 10, 20 gigs. And according to the people in the beta for the next version, it too is going to shrink it again. Total client size is looking like it's going to settle around 70 or 80 gigs.
It's 73 right now. So with the stuff coming next update after a shrinkage, it's 70 to 80. That's fine.
Releasing a whole pile of new content and then not dramatically expanding your your client size is generally a good thing, especially if you happen to be a phone player.
Although if you play Wuwa on phone, I've seen how that works in the fattest air quotes possible.
So I feel like if you dropped your phone in a puddle, the puddle would evaporate. Yeah. Anyway, moving on to the ZZZ. As at this week, there's not really much to write home about in ZZZ itself. Not a whole lot going on in there. I did that whatchamacallit, the detective quest thing, event thing, thingy thing,
Yeah,
thing.
it's not long.
Which was weird because it doesn't go anywhere. It's just like, here's a bunch of sort of like half stories that we're not really going to say much about, that just kind of random crap that happens, and we're not going to do anything with them or elaborate on a general overarching plot or say anything about the characters involved or about the detective or the Bangbu themselves. They're just gonna, it's just like random things that happened in the city
Yeah, I
with
think it
no
was
real point.
it. I think the only point of that event was to have a vector for easy polychromes and to just show that character so you get him in your brain. I don't know if they're going to go anywhere with him or just pull him up for minor stuff, but they just kind of want him to be a thing, so okay. And his Bang Boo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was more or less the conclusion that I came to. I mean, he doesn't play a role yet, but they did do a special model for him, and most of the characters that did that ended up at least getting a real event or something. Like, the hot pot girl has a special model, and the restaurant girl appears again and again and again throughout the course of the Wi-Fi Peninsula arc. Like, the people who get special models get special treatment. So
I like the pet store girl. She's so adorable. She needs to be adopted from the pet store.
she doesn't she doesn't seem unhappy, but she doesn't look very happy.
No, she literally looks like a soggy wet dog that does not like being wet all the time. But she only shows up as an extra bit for other characters. She never got her own event.
Anyway, yeah, so I guess that the main point to touch on in ZZZ this week is the presentation of the anniversary patch and the various things in it.
I'm not gonna bury the lead on this at all, and just put my thoughts on it up front. I think this is the best anniversary patch in terms of just the raw amount of appreciation for the players and the stuff they're giving us and the options they're giving us of all of the gacha games we play.
But this is the thing. This is the thing, right? This is the problem. The reason why so many things don't make sense is this studio has clearly just been given a blank check that no other gacha studio ever gets given.
Yeah.
So, oh no, just do what you want. Spend as much money as you want. Give away as many things as you want. We're not going to say boo to a goose, even though you don't make any money.
Yeah, I don't know why ZZZ is allowed as much independence as it is and able to break conventions, but it just is. And in this case, it certainly works out in our favor.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why, and if there's some way to like cajole the others toward that general direction. Like somebody's going to be bankrolling this.
Like, so I took the notes on this, so I can break this one.
I didn't take notes. I watched through while scarfing down a pizza.
So I have them in the mobile games thread, but I'll go over them here. And Fern, some of this might pique your interest if you're ever interested in checking ZZZ out again. So we'll start with the first big thing for the anniversary, and this is the biggest thing that everybody is jumping from the rooftops excited about. You can quibble about the particular character choices. There are certainly worse ones they could have picked.
Well, if you didn't quibble about it, it wouldn't be interesting.
But instead of just you can pick a standard character like all the other gachas do, when they even have them,
that's not what HSR did. HSR gave you premiums.
That's true, and then they added them to that little shop.
Sparkle's not in that shop.
Oh, that's right. Sparkle's not in the shop. I forgot.
Neither is Kafka.
Is Kafka not in the
Neither is Imbiber to Lune. Not that anybody would ever pick Imbiber to Lune.
Yeah. But at least 3 of these characters are still relevant in today's day and age for even the A-tier meta teams. And one of them is a component of what's definitely going to be the best team in the game because somebody's got an agenda. And I'm very happy they do. So, you have 5 limited S-rank characters you can pick from, and you get their W engine as well. So you get the character and their weapon.
No, I think that the pick is actually independent.
Yeah,
that was the impression I got.
Which is great for me because I already have an R5 Jane weapon. I blew every single W engine currency I've gotten on her weapon and getting more copies of it. So, yeah, so you get a signature weapon of one of these 5 characters. And they are a flat spread across all of a bunch of different archetypes. And you get a character. So the characters are Dodge Rat, you get Jane. You can get Jane. Sandbee. Some dude with a penis. Trigger. It's Hugo. Trigger. Or Lucilla. Lucia? There's too many Lucys around right now. Help me.
It's Lucia.
Lucia.
Lucy number 3.
Yeah.
Lucia Elowin, the goat. The goat.
Yep.
No, literally a goat. I'm not using an acronym.
Yeah, she's like she's an elf with goat features. Except she's
even
short.
got the rectangular pupils in her eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just straight up goat.
So, Jane, y'all have heard me preach about Jane before, but there is worth noting that her value continues to go up because of Valina and the wind element and vortex. Very good choice all around.
And the guy with the Jane Doe agenda poster in his cubicle. Yep. Obviously.
Yep. Like she is one of the few old characters that's just constantly propped up by new. She's the King Yuan effect in ZZZ of just other stuff comes out and makes Jane better.
Yeah, it's the same reason that Miyabi is so powerful. And I discussed this in one of my lengthy diatribes on the mobile games channel. But it's basically a character becomes enduring when their mechanics are bound to core game mechanics instead of to kit specific mechanics. Miyabi is super powerful and keeps causing problems for their balance because she's tied to disorder as a functionality. She's not tied to some other weird crap like polarity or a bloom or anything that's unpredictable. She's not tied to things that just got dropped at random like Aftershock. She's just tied to disorder, which they can't ever take out of the game and they can't really moderate. In fact, the whole reason a bloom exists is because they couldn't keep giving disorder mechanics to people. Jane is the same way because her functionality is just tied to crit. Like
Yes.
they took a very simple concept. These characters normally they don't crit. We'll make this character the exception. She's an anomaly character that does crit. But they can't take anomaly out of the game. They can't take crit out of the game. They can't modulate either of these things. So she's just going to keep scaling so long as those are core mechanics to the game.
And Jane is getting buffed this patch. I don't know the specifics of it that have been finalized, but it's out in the wild and leaks if you want to go look it up. Apparently they're decent, at least in the quality of life department. I have not looked at the numbers at all. But yeah, so somebody has an agenda to keep Jane great.
You can get them for you if you want.
Don't worry about it.
Yes.
I'll check them when they officially come out because I'm gonna want to do a whole lot of math with them when I get them. And Jane's Jane's math in particular is complicated by the fact that she has the first two mindscapes she has are really powerful, especially the second one. So even if you happen to already have a Jane for some reason,
she's got the second most powerful M2 in the game. So basic, but the thing is, and you have not been fair with this, you're really underemphasizing this. While she is strong, your experience with Jane is not the same as other people's experience with the Jane, because the Jane's M2 is the second most powerful M2 in the game, ironically after Hugo's. Not that anybody has M2 Hugo. And the amount of power built into that M2 is stratospheric. Like, if you are actually going to take playing Jane seriously, then you need to make a project out of getting her to M2. It is not going to give you, like, mad performance just getting M0 Jane. It will be good performance. It will probably, post-buff, be stronger than Alice. But it's not going to blow you out of the water, and it's not going to even be Miyabi. It's just going to be good.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good, strong addition to your lineup, but you're not going to, cruise to 45,000 without any effort on Deadly Assault just because you've got M0 Jane.
Something to keep in mind with getting her M2 if people decide to go that route. She is in the shop for those little tickets. So if you, for some reason, have a crapload of standard characters at max, you can keep whichever ones you got, or a one at max, you can keep it in the thing and get more tickets that way, or maybe they'll give some out. I know there's some for the spending event this time, but we'll get to that later.
This ties into the other thing that they're adding, which is the function for the standard banner from HSR.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's finish going over the characters you can pick from first. So Jane is good. A good solid pick. Even better if you plan to get her mindscapes up. But yeah, good solid pick for being an anomaly front runner. Sanbi is not currently the workhorse, the premier workhorse for the attack archetype. But given that we have an electro attack node at least like twice a month, if you don't have one, Sanbi will be a good pick.
I'm here to tell you that's not enough. It's just not enough. Sanbi is not good enough on her own. End of story. You need to have Trigger to get her just barely over the line. If you don't have Trigger, don't get Sanbi.
Yeah.
If you have Orphe and Trigger, then Sanbi is passable. About half as effective as, Cecilia plus Seed plus anybody else that you decide to chuck in there. Like, the whole Sanbi thing has fallen way behind because it's dependent on an archetype keyword that has been totally abandoned, being Aftershock. Everything about the Trigger, Anbi, Orphe team is built around Aftershock, and Aftershock has been ditched. They could bring it back. There's nothing stopping them from doing that, but they haven't.
Not yet, anyway. So yeah, but still, while Sanbi really wants help from Trigger and either Orphe or who's the other third usual partner? There's another one, and I cannot for the life of me remember who it is.
There's not really. I wouldn't say that there's really anybody who sits in that role like as a permanent. It's like at that point you're just sort of trying to salvage. Like, normally you're going to just be forced to jam Astra in there or Sinner or somebody who just responds as an attack buffer. Like, there's not really anything else.
Yeah. But either way, still
I mean, there's always Dylan, because Dylan applies to everything.
Yeah. So, yeah. That's the current state of Sanbi, and but she's still an option for depending on where your account's at.
I mean, if you're starting out in your account and you just need somebody who can put hurt on things, then she's going to do the job of putting hurt on things. But you could also do that with Jane, and she's not going to scale into endgame the way things are. They've buffed her twice and they've failed to get her relevant.
Yeah. Next we have Hugo. Don't pick Hugo. I mean, penis
Unless
bias
you've got,
aside.
and if you've already got him at M1, by all means pick Hugo. Because if you've got him at M1, it means that you already don't care that he's a penis haver, and his M2 is the most outrageously powerful M2 in the game.
Yeah, it is the biggest uplift for a single Mindscape in the game. Like, and for reference, like going from M0 to M2 with Jane is a 70% uplift. I think Hugo's is like a 90%.
Yeah, it's like you get another character in your team, which is good because he sucks balls in M0.
Yeah. So
his core gimmick has been given to everybody in Pyroas, so
yeah. So I don't see a whole lot of reason to invest in Hugo, even if you just have him, unless you're playing him and get. I would still probably pass on the M2 because everybody has Totalize now with Pyroas, and that mechanic isn't so much an archetype as an isolated mechanic that just kind of happens when a character has it. And now there is another character that can do it that everybody gets for free. So, Hugo, probably not the strongest investment. Trigger, off-field stunner. Some people that maybe were playing early and got maybe they have a Kingi or something, but they don't have any of the modern stuff, but they have I don't know, maybe they scooped I don't know.
if you get Trigger number 1, you are constrained to get her W engine. You don't
Yeah.
have another option. She needs her signature, period, end. Number 2, as a stunner in a vacuum, she is inferior to every stunner that came after her, which is something that applies to every stunner in the game not named Dylin. Every stunner is inferior to every stunner that comes after her, and the same thing applies to Trigger. So now she is very mediocre. The only thing that she really does well is pair with Sanbi. She doesn't really pair with anybody else with any great effectiveness. So if you already have Sanbi and you lack Trigger, then you really just want to run the Sanbi team because you love Sanbi, or you got a glimpse at Trigger's behind and you can't not pull her, or whatever. Then you can pull her, but don't expect miracles because she's not very good. She's not impossible to use, and I find her very fun to play just to use her. She's got an interesting feel. She's a very long range design of a character compared to most of the characters in the game, so it's just sort of interesting to play sometimes. But there's no combination of characters where she pays off in spades. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, you can use her in a mono electric team as the stunner. That's pretty much it.
I've found before the Seed Sissia era of my account, the Trigger would get jammed in a lot on against elect weak enemies and just kind of work. Like,
oh, no, I've used her in all kinds of ridiculous situations because I have a way more limited roster than you. I used her on Miasma Fiend. Like, she got me across the line on Miasma Fiend. She can't even trigger her core skill in the team that I used.
Yeah, so
she is just a workhorse stunner if you don't have someone better, or your better person is tied up somewhere else because you can only have one Dylin on your account. Like, if you need to increment the number of stunners by 1, she can do that, but you would be better off doing that with a character that came out later than her, like Dylin.
Yeah. So if you just are lacking stunners right now and you really need one, Trigger is a fairly, you can slot her into a lot. She's not going to be the optimal choice if you just look at the whole roster, but she'll work.
She's definitely a C's get degrees stunner. It's not like downgrading to A rank and B, but it's not having Dylin or Norma on your account either. Right. She's about as good for attack as Fufu is for rupture.
Yeah.
In other words, she's completely trumped by Dylin on both counts.
But last you got Lucy the goat.
Goat is the goat.
Basically, if you're running a rupture team and for some reason you don't have her, what are you doing?
Yeah, you need Lucia to run rupture. Like, this has been something that the devs have noted as a major problem, and this is the main strike against getting Lucia on this pick tick, is that the devs have said that they are planning to introduce alternate options because they know that Lucia's got a monopoly on rupture. which prevents them expanding Rupture to more than like one team can be fielded at a time. There's just no substitute.
Yeah.
So Lucia is definitely, if you're planning to run any Rupture at all, whether it's Shifu or Yadari or Billy or Minato even, you're gonna put Lucia on the team. You don't have a choice. This is the way that team works. And even if you've got her at M0, it's still worth considering getting her M1. Not it's basically a question, like, for me, it's a consideration. Like, I'm weighing Jane to increment my roster's count and flexibility because I have very few characters, which inclines me to overvalue just more characters. But I spend more time playing Rupture than any other team by a factor of like 2. So her M1 adds a huge amount of comfy QOL to Rupture play. You don't have to spend your entire time watching her energy bar like a hawk the way you do currently. So there is value in that, and she does have a good W engine as well. It's not necessary, but it's good. But yeah, she is definitely, in a vacuum, I think she's probably the strongest pull. If you aren't considering just roster expansion, once you add roster expansion, I think Jane is the strongest pull.
Yeah. But overall, these are competent picks aside from Hugo. Like, you will get some value out of them no matter who you pick.
I think
although,
Lucia and Jane are like, if Lucia and Jane are S tier, I think the other picks start at B tier.
yeah.
I don't think there easily is an A tier on that diagram. Hugo is down somewhere at D.
Yeah. But yeah. So your options here are still, these are limited characters. You can't get them in the standard banner. You can get Jane in the shop, but you got to get the tickets for that.
Somehow.
Yeah. Pull more graces. But yeah. That's their giveaway, and that's way better than normal, because normally you just get a standard banner character that you're never going to use.
So on the sort of the negative side of the ledger, why would they decide to post these? Well, I mean, basically you've got the Sandby Trigger archetype is one that is falling off, and they haven't chosen obviously to rescue it yet, so they are serviceable without being anywhere near the current power curve. The Lucia is one that they have said that they're going to offer a premium alternative to. Jane is being sustained by the agenda guy, and nobody knows how long they're going to let him get away with his shenanigans.
I'm going to have an M4 Jane after this event.
Hugo's
Yep.
like still Hugo. He's Hugoing. So yeah, they are all characters that you can get away with giving them away without affecting the value of any of your future premium pulls. If anything, Lucia would increase the value of Ruptures, because a lot of people who missed Lucia were just like, I'm not going to pull Rupture because I don't have Lucia, so there's no point. So that's why I think why she's the only core character on the list, is because they know, as things currently stand, people not having Lucia prevents them pulling Rupture.
From what I understand as well, while he didn't sell astronomically well, there were a good number of people that just pulled Billy because they liked his,
because Billy,
and they didn't
Billy.
have Goat Lucy, and that's put them in a bit of a bind. But for this, you just can get her for free to fix that.
I just love the autistic goat.
I
wish she had more screen time.
The Tism My Lord is her theme song too. Girlfriend is special. SPECHIAL. So that's your picks. So that's the first bit. Next, they are implementing a variant of the Stellar Invitation from Star Rail, where certain characters are going on a list, and if they're on the list, you can swap out standard banner characters for the ones on this list.
It's the sort of list you kind of don't want to be on, though, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, especially because the ones on it are Caesar, Zoo, and Yanagi. 3 characters that have gotten abandoned because they don't know how to fix them.
My girl. Caesar's so much fun to play. She just doesn't do anything.
Yep. So,
At least maybe I'll get more of them, I guess.
I mean, if you want to watch the front jiggle, you can add Caesar to your list. Although Rena already does a pretty good job of that, it is more obscured by her dress. If you want to watch the back jiggle, the only one that can give Trigger a run for her money currently is Zoo. That's about the only thing I could say for these characters
Pity
going
about
on the
the rest
list.
of her kit. Yeah, pity about her mechanics that don't
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah.
I was never even able to get to grips with them when she was current. Like it just felt kind of weird and jank to use.
Yeah.
But
Z-
I'm definitely going to go on a crusade to try and get more copies of Caesar. Maybe at M6 she'll actually be semi pseudo usable.
You can
Probably
find
not.
niche
It's
operations
kind
to
of
stick her
hop on the
into.
hopium there a little bit.
And Yanagi is the dedicated Miyabi support, probably the one you would actually want to get if you have Miyabi, just to have that option if your other anomaly
If you
characters
have
are busy.
Miyabi and you don't have Nangong.
Yeah, or if Nangong is busy because it's a double anomaly week or whatever.
Well, I mean, if you're going to run Miyabi, you're going to want to run Yuzuha. So if you're running Yuzuha, then you're running double anomaly, then the other team is going to have Valina. So you're not going to have Nangong in that team. If Yuzuha's available for Miyabi, then Nangong will also be available for the Miyabi. So you might as well not use,
Well, I'm thinking more.
This is why she's on the list, is because she's been marginalized by future comps.
Yeah, but I think
And polarity is also an abandoned concept.
yeah, I think
It's
for people,
Alice and her.
yeah, for people that have gotten to like they were playing in the 1.x era, maybe they stopped in 2.0 and they got Miyabi, but they didn't get Yanagi, and they haven't got any of the modern supports. Losing the 50-50 to Yanagi would not be a bad thing for them.
Or you just like office ladies.
I mean, she
They seem to be a popular demographic. Like people seem to like the office lady look.
I mean, yep. Her buttons are definitely champions.
Hanging on for dear life.
Yep. So that's getting implemented. I'm gonna skip the next thing I posted and go to the thing underneath it. So we're also getting, I don't know if this is in the first or second half of the anniversary, a rerun banner, a special rerun banner, very special for Hoyo games. And that we are
Spelled
getting
correctly this time.
Yeah. This one's doesn't have the H in it. So this is a rerun banner of 3 characters. One of them's Haramasa, and we don't care about that. He's basically here because he's never getting rerun ever again.
Yeah, I'm astonished that they even gave him this rerun. I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Hey, remember this guy? No, neither do we.
He's not why you're here. 2 of the most meta characters for 2 different archetypes. Well, one of them is more splashable, but the other one is very, very necessary in a lot of the current flavor of the month archetype, and that's Dylan and Yuzuha.
Both of these are sort of like if you're planning to build an account that is designed to be able to participate in in-game, you need both of these as things currently stand.
Yeah, having both of these to have any kind of good maximum performance in in-game is necessary. But here's the deal with this banner. This is not a typical rerun multi-banner. There is no 50-50 on this banner. You get the S rank, you just get the character. For the first one, you just get the character.
Yeah, I think that the odds of me pulling for Dylan on this are extremely high. Like, I don't particularly want to learn the vicissitudes of actually playing Dylan because it's incredibly obtuse, but I always wanted to pull on her because she was cute and I lost her on the 50-50 last time, so I'll probably get her this time now that I don't have to worry about losing on the 50-50.
Yeah. This is unheard of in Hoyo games, as far as I'm aware.
They did this last time.
Did they? With no 50-50 loss?
I'm pretty sure that you couldn't lose a 50-50 on the Alice banner and that they had last time.
It's possible.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was like that.
But yeah. So this is a big deal. These are meta characters on a no loss banner. Very high value from the gameplay perspective. Or if you just like, phone thyrans or raccoons. Somebody on this planet is going to push that Haramasa button. And I do not know why.
I mean, if for some reason you're a husbando enjoyer and you're still playing ZZZ, heaven only knows why, then I guess maybe you'd be interested.
I mean, I get it, girls. I have seen the Minato trailer too. I've seen you guys react to the Minato trailer before. But your options are limited here. there are games that offer you more.
Except they'll destroy them in short order because they're never happy. So
Well, the Foids are. The ones that get attached to the ZZZ characters, I imagine, are more just girls that are a bit more just, oh, look at the hot guy that's also a housekeeper. Not quite as rabid as the ones that get into the Foid games with Trek in their month. So yeah, he's there. That's kind of a big deal there. Next up, we have the spending event, because there is one. I don't think we know the threshold yet, but spending during this
it'll
event,
be the same as last time, I'm sure.
yeah. But I also don't know how these rewards will be laid out. But you get the standard cosmetic stuff, and you get the splash paper, the dynamic wallpaper on your in-game menu for the Remiel in a swimsuit. Because that's girlfriend jiggles everywhere.
Yeah, I feel like she spent the last 300 years of her being AWOL practicing her jiggling or something because she seems to have mastered it at some point.
Like, yeah, like whatever station she put herself in clearly loosened the fat. But going through it, you get a invitation letter to choose Vivian, Astra, Seed, or a pick tick for one of the characters inside of the. You get 2 tokens, which is the equivalent of a pick tick for the ones inside of
So,
the.
in other words, RSG's getting another Jane Modscape.
Yep, you know it, M4 Jane. Because I am going to have to spend money on this thing.
I'm actually reasonably tempted by this one, unlike last time, because same deal as Dylin. I lost Vivian on the 50-50 and I really like her design. And even though she's fading into irrelevance slowly, she's still a good gap filler when you don't have every character in the game like Aristeel and you need to use a filler. And she's super cute. So
she is. And her swimsuit's going back on sale.
well, I mean everybody has it, so
Yeah. So yeah.
even I've got it, so
like the ones before, these also come with their weapon. Or it might be a pick tick for the weapon.
I think it's just an independent pick like with the other one. Or, you know, if you really want Flamemaker Shaker or you haven't R5 Jane's W engine or whatever, I guess you could go that route as well. I mean, it does make sense to get extra ranks on Jane's W engine. Unlike most W engines in the game, it actually scales well with levels.
Yeah, I have mine at R5. So for the you can also I would get one of the premium ones here because if especially if you're buying battle passes, because you can get the little W engine tokens through that, and you can just mulch extra A rank W engines. You get to get tokens to spend. I think it's 40 for one S rank token, and you need 4 S rank tokens to buy one.
That's right.
Yeah, so you can work your way up towards those and refining those. But these premium ones that you can't get in that shop normally are definitely worth
I would say
considering.
in a vacuum, I would say Seeds is probably the strongest.
Yeah,
We're not taking any other contextual cues into account.
Yeah, I got Seed's W engine way after I originally got her because I just pulled her on the banner, and got
the amount of crit on it is just bonkers, and
Yeah.
it's so hard to scavenge up crit rate for a lot of attack characters.
Yeah, and it was hard to get good performance out of Seed until I got her W engine, and then that mixed with Miss Hiss just turned her into a monster.
Yeah, Seed is also like if rather than one of them being paid and one of them not, if Seed and Sandby were on the same tier of selecting one or the other, it's not close. Like if you're planning to go, if you don't have any electric and you're planning to go into the spending event, you wouldn't pick Sandby. You would just get Seed because Seed and Sandby don't work that well together. They can if you're really willing to push it, but you'd be better off just waiting for what I'm sure is an imminent Sissia rerun banner.
Yeah,
And then get Seed on the spending event and then invest your pick tick on somebody else.
I mean, I've run Seed Sandbeam quite a bit before. It does work. The thing with Seed is, unlike a bunch of other characters where the a new character gets released that does their job better or puts out better numbers. The thing with Seed and Cecilia is Seed never had a partner for her. She was always the partner. Um, but because what Seed wants is a second attacker. She wants high field time, so you need a hit it and forget it for the third slot. And she wants another medium field time partner that expends a crap load of energy to fill
and
up.
can generate it quickly.
Yeah. And Sandbee does not do that. So you are not getting nearly as many Seed Senior punches as you would like. Miss Hiss, on the other hand, builds and spends energy like nobody else in the roster.
Well, she was designed to be Sandbee's partner from the ground up. That's why she was on all the... Oh, not Sandbee, Seed's partner from the ground. That's why she was on all of the trial teams in beta.
Yeah.
Because the whole point was that Seed was just not really working. There was no real way to leverage her power directly, and they'd already failed to save Sandbee twice.
So yeah. And the engine for the modern Seed kit is Miss Hiss. But Miss Hiss and Seed are both a lot of fun to play. So if you want to get an attacker, or you're planning on going in the spending event, or even just to stockpile to get stuff from the spending event, Seed is not
Or
a
if you're
bad
a
choice.
feet people.
Yeah, unfortunately, like all fun to play characters, they seem to have a gravitation towards being feet people. But they're there. Vivian's also there if you need, more anomaly. Vivian's still good, even though she's not the best in her slot anymore for all the anomaly teams. She's still perfectly serviceable. They're unless
The real reason to get her IMO is that you just seem to need so many freaking anomaly characters these days. Like it's always 2-1 for anomaly with the ZZZ's dev team. Honestly I think it's just because anomaly has a natural identity and attack doesn't, and rupture is just a disaster. So they just keep defaulting to making more anomaly characters because it's easier. But as a result, now you need a colossal number of them.
Yeah. But to be fair, they are releasing more of them than the other types at this point. With Miss Hiss and what's her name? Horse, that's coming up being the exceptions.
Sigrid.
Yeah.
Horse.
The Uma. But yeah, that's the thing that you can get. You'll get their Winjin. You'll get some other goodies on the spending event. And the other thing is the amount of free pulls we're getting. I think it's something like just straight up 30 pulls worth of additional freebies.
I don't think it's additional. I think it's they're just handing over 1,600, but then there's the usual 10 pulls for a new patch, and then they're adding an extra additional 10 pulls after that.
Yeah, so additional at minimum 20. Depending on how they lay it out, it could be an additional 30. I would have to look at the specifics. I don't think the live stream was particularly clear on that. But would not be surprised either way. And then we're getting I think that's everything for the stuff. I think there was something I wrote out in text but didn't take a picture of somewhere. ZZZ is also doing the mix and match 50-50 loss thing that HSR does, but they're doing it for W engines as well.
I was always sort of a bit curious as to why Star Rail didn't do that. Like, maybe they will next time. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
there doesn't seem to be any reason not to. It's not like they can sell them better or something. Like, people are only ever going to equip those characters with what they've got lying around because they're always incidental windfalls when you get one that you want.
Yeah. The only other thing of quality live content stuff is previous event exclusive W engines and Bang Boos are going into the same shop that you buy character potential unlocks from.
Well, a lot of them already are. They're just doing another tranche of them.
Yeah. So yeah, that's there. Would not recommend buying those. Would put much more priority on potential unlocks for the characters that can get the most out of them.
So that you can play your new M6 Grace.
Yep, you know it. Still need to buy the rest of hers, I think. No, I finished Grace's. I bought all her potentials.
I've just been stockpiling them because I don't know if they're going to release like a bunch of them at once that I really, really want and have to buy them all at once.
Yeah, I've got like enough to buy 8 potentials right now, so I can max out Jane and
You
get some
need to-
arenas.
Yeah, you need to make sure you can do that Jane. I've just been I bought just I think I only bought the ones for Sanby, and I think I bought the ones for Bernice, and I might have bought like the first one because a lot of the powers in the first one for a lot of the characters
Yeah.
for somebody. But other than that, I've just been letting them mount up so
Yeah.
that I was hoping for a Caesar one, but I don't know if this means that they put the kibosh on that.
We'll see.
Because
Girlfriend.
I guess it's just a really hard problem to solve when you've got this entire class that you didn't really have a plan for, and the plan just seems to look weaker and weaker with each passing day.
The plans seem to be, okay, we're going to make defense a thing because we need more classes, and we got, okay, this character can be planned for it as the early game premium for it. And then the design paradigm shift happened, and they already weren't really sure where they were going with it, so it just kind of got left to rut.
I don't think it's really a paradigm shift issue. I think it's they didn't have a plan. They just thought that it would pan out naturally because, oh well, the Trinity is a thing in MMOs, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were focusing on or what the original documents were for defense. They could have just been, we need X number of archetypes. Oh, defense is an archetype. We can do that.
What the real question is, do you actually need archetypes? Is that actually really a thing?
Probably not, but because of the way Hoyo structures stuff, it's probably either what they were comfortable with or somebody was like, okay, you got to have this many because we need to make it so we can sell more.
So they never really put any archetypes of any kind in Genshin, and it didn't seem to bother them. Archetypes are functionally meaningless in Star Rail.
Yeah, well, they function in that they lock your light cones.
Yeah, that's about it. But it's just pretty much the only thing they do in ZZZ, to be honest. They lock core skills and light cones.
Yeah. So, lots of stuff this anniversary that you can get just for logging in. Lots of stuff you can get if you decide to spend on it. In general, everybody, even before we get to the meat of the stuff that was announced, I don't have all the events written down because there were a bunch of them that were showcased.
But Lucy swimsuit.
Well, Lucy swimsuit is
That's
part of
free
them.
too.
Yeah, you do get a free Lucy swimsuit for the other Lucy.
Lucy is another one of my absolute favorite characters. I maybe that's just a weakness with Cinderella's or something, but I'm glad that she got it.
Unfortunately for Alice, it's not symmetrical.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that aren't symmetrical in the world.
So yeah, there's that. And that's all the free stuff announcements. Next, briefly the events. There was a whole mess of minor ones, but the big one is the summer event. We're going back to the beach. I don't know if they showcased any mini games. I kind of
Beachcombing.
Yeah, right. They're adding a new one of yeah. It's very weird. You run around with a vacuum cleaner and vacuum up the trash on the sand.
And the animals, apparently.
Yeah. And yeah, the last beach mini games were fun. I liked Alice's surfing mini game. I liked Yuzuha's shooting mini game. Don't know if those are coming back, but those were fun.
I like the surfing one. I was a bit lukewarm on the shooting one.
Yeah, well, they already had the backbone built from Trigger's little sample thing.
I wasn't looking at the targets. On Trigger's one.
Nobody was.
I was like, did they get the devs from Nikkei to make this?
It was like, yeah, but does it ever stop? It's just still going. Speaking of things that move in perpetuity, the new queen of moving in perpetuity everywhere, Remiel's coming out. Almost certainly going to be the meta paradigm shift that or is going to herald it for, you know,
not in a good way, because it's going to create a team that needs 3 anomalies instead of 2.
Yeah. So,
Which is good because Yuzuha will be able to do something else for a change other than be on the main anomaly team. So she can be on a different anomaly team instead. And it will mean Nangong is freed up. She won't have to be there either. And it will mean Valina's probably going to be bolted to that team forever.
I mean, Remiel, Valina, and either Alice or Jane is probably going to be the go-to team number one for a bit until
Bernice.
or Burnus, and then the other team will be like the Miyabi team or the cobbled together other anomaly leftovers with Nangong and Yuzuha as their back dancers. But girlfriend is very pretty. Her animations are very, very sexy. They saw Ameth and they're like, we can do better. We can make it jiggle more.
Well, the Ameth's objective wasn't jiggle. Like I
No.
think that like Remiel is a character who knows about cheesecake and wants to use it at every possible opportunity because she knows it winds people up. Ameth, on the other hand, hasn't had an actual physical body for 30 years. She doesn't understand cheesecake.
Yeah, but if you're a dev from the ZZZ team looking in and you have ZZZ glasses on, and you're like, okay, this other game had this pink girl that did this awesome pose in front of the camera. How can we one-up that? And you have to one-up it in your own ZZZ flavor. You get
Or 2
Remiel.
or 3 or 4 of it.
Yeah. Girlfriend apparently is not a super high field time character, but while she is on the field, she is very expressive and comes to say hi to the camera. She also gets
she's basically, in terms of the way you execute on her, it's similar to Vivian if Vivian had a finisher.
Yeah.
Not that I understand how to play Vivian. No matter how many times I read that kit, it doesn't make any more sense to me.
Yeah, just you'll get it as you mess with her if you decide to get her from the spending event. But yeah, the whatchamacallit. Remiel looks
Jiggly.
We at the podcast of the Fun Bag Funhouse happen to appreciate aspects that are enhanced, while sometimes we may want to close the door and make sure nobody's watching while we are playing them. There is a definite appreciation for the high level of detail that they put in these characters.
I don't know. I feel like Remiel might be pushing the envelope a bit far.
It is
like we're not
dangerously close.
We're not like in Brown Dust territory or even in Nikkei territory, but we are like we're starting to touch the edge of cringe here.
Like we are approaching too much as a good thing, but I think we stop right at the line.
I feel like there's some viscosity issues here that need to be addressed.
Nah. Well, ZZ's always been like that. Like
I know.
People are made of fluid, and they kind of took that a bit literally.
Like there is taken the water balloon effect that of the there's like the natural water balloon effect where you actually put a lot of water in the water balloon, and then there's what the ZZ devs do where they just inflate the rest with very loose air, and it just keeps on wobbling. And every single part of her body does not stop. Her thighs.
Yeah, like anywhere there's flesh, it's just sort of jiggling perpetually. She might as well just be like a bag of liquid.
Like, you remember that part in Pinecone where Miyako the ghost turned all the characters into jelly?
Pudding. Yeah, ZZZ just do be that all the time.
Yeah, ZZZ doesn't need a little ghost. The characters are already jelly.
I miss pudding.
I miss Pinecone. But yeah, that's her. She's coming out. She's got a swimsuit because of course she does. It's the summer event and she's the new character. And she also has.
I wasn't that impressed by the swimsuit. Like compared to Vivian's, I don't think that it really does her very much. Does very much for her.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to sort of like pure va-va-voom power, I think Vivian's is probably the best.
Well, her basic outfit is barely a step above lingerie, so like
I think I would just classify it as lingerie. Like I don't think that I would classify that as like clothing that can be worn in public.
Like
her black outfit maybe, but the white outfit definitely not.
No. In fact, like it's a miracle that you can't see through that fabric. Yeah, she's coming. You can get her black outfit and the swimsuit. They're both going on sale. They're coming up as a bundle if you really want to do that for whatever reason.
If you want both for some reason, which will be a discount relative to buying them separately, but you can only put one outfit on a character at a time, so unless you like to change your character's outfits constantly, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, there is marketability there for it, but I mean, they clearly had a lot of fun designing this character, much like the Wuwa devs did with Linnea and Sheets' swimsuit. For exactly the same reasons they had 11 fingers.
I think the Wuwa swimsuits are better. Like, the sheer technical mastery.
Yeah. So yeah, that's those. Sigrid, the character to come out after Remiel, is also getting a swimsuit. Hers is a athletic swimsuit. So
much more of a sporty angle, which is more suited to her slightly more stoic character.
yeah, the Uma gets that.
Although the devs do say that Sigrid is sort of like externally stoic, but actually kind of an airhead, so sort of a bit like Saber.
Yeah, I hope so. That would make her character very interesting. I'm already going to pull her because of her aesthetics, but if she's got that kind of personality, that's perfect. Make her.
I mean, it's trying to read through translation though, so I don't know for sure if that's interpreted correctly or not.
Yeah. So yeah, we're getting that next patch, and of course we're getting the story starting proper now that we're done with the introductory chapter for Rose Califer.
So it looks like the next chapter is going to sort of like properly head on deal with the with Remiel and what her deal is, and probably to some extent what the Sunbringers are as well.
Yeah. So yeah, we got all that going on in ZZZ right now. It honestly looks like a baller anniversary patch.
Well, the thing that you didn't even mention the thing that actually caught my attention the most.
Oh, go for it.
Which is the new Hollow Zero.
Oh, right. That I totally brain farted on that.
Because that looks really cool.
Yeah. So it sounds like you got it fresh on your brain.
That it's not multiplayer.
Yeah.
If it was multiplayer, that would be like, okay, you get S's across the board, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to settle for an A. Basically, they are striving to realize their dream of moving all the way from Bangbu TV, Hollow Zero exploration, all the way over to fully realized three-dimensional exploration. The current version of Hollow Zero is an intermediary where you have stages that are mapped together and have rules.
Very simulator universe-esque currently.
But they want to... They're adding an additional version, which, much like the previous two Hollow Zeros, trades on the same points ladder. An alternate version that you can play where you're basically building up a base that was set up by... what's his name? Joyous, on his expedition through the Hollows, that he left a research base behind, and you're basically trying to rehabilitate it. And you do this basically by doing what I think the kids call an extraction shooter type gameplay, where you'll go in and you'll look for treasure and you'll fight mobs, and it will get more dangerous over time, and you've got to bail before they murder you, type of thing.
Yeah,
that's extraction shootery.
But yeah, that's basically the approach that they're taking with this, which is something they've been playing around with in Genshin as well as the last event. And it's been widely held to be quite good. And so yeah, they looks like they're going that route, so you'll be able to sort of do a lot more sort of free exploration and combat, which is really what I want, because that's like the perfect environment to just play the characters you want to play the way you want to play them, is when you've got sort of free roaming combat. So that's really what I'm after. It's always very straitjacketing when you feel like, oh, I have to use this character, or I have to do that, or this character just doesn't work in this context, so I'm forced to play this team that it might be okay, but I don't really particularly like it. If you just want to, run around and bash things with Nangong's hammers instead, well, you can just do that. Nobody's going to stop you. You just run around and kill some monsters, and you get something out of it.
I'm always a fan of them implementing more game modes that aren't in-game game modes to just do that, because it makes the roster remain viable, because you don't have to play the meta in this crap. Like, you don't like the more stuff like the exploratory areas in the new hollows, or even battle tower to a lesser extent, you still would probably prefer to use the meta teams there, but you don't have to. Uh, and it just lets you use all of your roster if you just feel like playing a particular character. It just keep
Yeah, I was slightly critical in the feedback form this time about the new sort of like pinnacle in-game mode they released, because it's like, well, I see what you're doing here and I think it's a good direction, but cutting the roster down just to most easily controlled characters is basically just cheating as far as design is concerned. You're preventing people from expressing the mastery of their favorite character at the highest possible level in this in-game mode. You're basically relegating it to, oh well, if they want to do that, they have to go to battle tower. They can't do the boss mode. So the more freedom, the better, because people having the freedom to do what they want with the characters they want is just going to encourage people to pull more characters.
yeah.
Like I'm always hesitant to pull another stunner because stunners are always power crept, and you can only use so many of them. So
Yeah,
the
and
demand for stunners is going to go down again when Remiel is coming out, because there's going to be 2 anomaly characters that are spoken for that don't need a stunner. So yeah, the having just more ways to combine fruity comps to just play characters you like is better. It's just better.
yeah, this is a reason I've always been well, especially as of like 2.x on, we're more willing to pull characters in ZZZ, is because they clearly want to have more than just in-game modes as ways you can play. And this allows you to play the whole cast whenever you want. If you like the way a character plays, having it on your account to play still retains value, even if it's not the meta right now. It's not like HSR, where the only time you get to use your characters is the in-game modes. So the more stuff they add like this to any of them, not just ZZZ, but any of the games, is a boon. That I really am glad when they do.
Because
But
there's just that guy who just wants to play Anton. Like, he just wants to play Anton all the time.
that guy's name is not Megan Shipman, who voices Grace.
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
She gets really mad whenever Anton keeps showing up in her polls.
I see. Well, at any rate, like there's always those people who have like this one character that they really love to play, who is just completely irrelevant. Like, you can't use them. You just can't. Like Caesar. It's just, you can't put Caesar in a team. So it's great that they're expanding more things, more space for people to play in, as opposed to just giving them a list of challenges with timers on them.
Yeah. And this is something all the games can benefit from having more of. So, because we can sit here and hum and haw about the meta and what's all good and what, but the more stuff there is to do with your character, the less relevant that is.
But there's no multiplayer.
Not
And
yet.
it makes me sad.
One day.
Extraction shooters and multiplayer go together normally, don't they?
Yeah,
Normally, yeah.
it's entirely possible the next version of this thing comes out with multiplayer. I could see it. I wonder if they want to do like another test for netcode after the last one, because
I mean,
this ain't like
getting the netcode right is definitely important. I think that they're undervaluing the value that strong multiplayer can bring to a game, simply because, you know, it's not in HSR and HSR is doing well. It's not in Wuwa technically because there's no features for it, but Wuwa is still doing well. But the thing is that there's like it's populated by toxic Genshin players, but there is a whole culture associated with multiplayer Genshin. Like, people just spend all of their time playing multiplayer.
yeah.
Like with randoms. They just play that way.
So yeah. And that's all that I really want to hit on with ZZZ, because we've gone on it for a bit long. Do you have anything else of super particular note that jumps out to you?
No, I sort of became fixated on the Hollow Zero thing once they talked about it, because it just sounded like I can finally just play DPS Fufu if I want.
Yep. And it doesn't matter if you play a meta team there or if you lose, as long you can just go in there and have fun with it and just try to get as far as you can with whatever the fuck you want.
Also, there's going to be like a bunch of mindscapes for Pyroas. I actually haven't used Pyroas yet outside the story. I don't even know if he's any good because I haven't tried it.
Yeah, I pulled him out for like 2 deadly assaults ago. Whenever he came out, like the week he came out. They're all right. They're just a workhorse DPS character you get for free just to make sure you have one as a baseline, I guess. So
Realistically, is a good move for the game as a whole, considering the way that the power curve has moved since day one.
yeah, and he's a
Like people are going to need something if they're jumping in and they're just playing through the story, and then they get to the end of the story and it's like, oh, sheer defense, what's that? I'll try that, and then they go in, they get completely bushwhacked because they're trying to use 1.0 A rank characters, like. having some sort of like a sort of like a benchmark for this is what you need to hit things with on your account will be just a good starting point for people, I think.
yeah, and he's a toolbox character because of the myriad different things he can do with his ult. Uh, pull up a cheat sheet. When
And
you're figuring
also,
him out.
if he's genuinely part of the main character, they can just constantly update him however they please without having to, cross any T's or dot any I's.
Yeah, and it also makes it easier for them to go with expansions to Pyros. Like, there's nothing saying that Pyros can't take a totally different form and be counted as a separate character on the roster too, if they need to
Well,
expand it.
if you look at the legendarium around him, he's like one of several horses, isn't he?
Oh, of Apollo's Chariot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the naming convention they use for Phaethon, in general, is Apollo's Chariot. But I could see that. Like, they could
Yeah.
be summoning the other horses.
There's Helios's chariot.
Yeah.
So like, because they've already used Eos, but
No, you're gonna get the guy that makes the chibi gifs, the Kuroko 96 guy, his Eos as a playable character. The one that's mega swole.
Just why?
I'm lagging on the channel. I can't hear anything.
1 second. I will do the thing. I can figure out where they put it.
Hello.
Lark.
Hello?
My ping has stabilized to a fifth of what it was.
Why?
That's better, I guess.
Why? Discord? So yeah, that's
The last thing to mention, and it's just a mention because there's nothing to do but mention it, is that they confirmed that this winter there will be a crossover event between HSR and ZZZ. And in another note on social media, they confirmed that any appearances you may have seen of Pom Pom were actually in error. It wasn't supposed to go live.
yeah. So Pom Pom accidentally already was showing up in New Eridu. You can just find him.
Okay. He's not supposed to be there, he's just there.
He wasn't supposed to be there yet, but he would just show up. Particularly
Hang on.
around 6th Street.
You're in the wrong game. What are you doing here?
Like, not yet, Pom Pom.
I saw some people saying he has sort of like a power scaling argument against the Bangbu that runs the video store.
Oh, 11 or
Not sure
whatever
how
it
good
is.
an argument ANR is.
Because they were arguing about who was the taller one, and the Bangbu counted his ears and his height because his ears stand up, and Pom Pom thought this wasn't fair because his ears are way longer, but they lie down.
He has a big hat to make up for it.
Anyway, that's the thing. There are lots of rumors circulating, but we're still at the people are pulling this out of their backside level. But the rumors currently are that Robin will appear in ZZZ, and Astra and Ellen will appear in Star Rail.
If Robin,
which is curious selections, I must say.
if Robin appears in ZZZ, I want it to be like the the animation by that same dude I mentioned before of just Robin walking up in the follow-up team at Jeopard and beating him on the shins with her stick or microphone.
Realistically, I think that this is just something somebody's pulled out of their backside due to inspiration from the recent photography where Chevy and the woman whose name escapes me that sings Astra songs were photographed together.
I see.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It'll be in winter, so they haven't said anything on the HSR side about a crossover yet. So we'll have to see.
Yep.
I guess they wouldn't because they're trying to draw attention to their Fate crossover at the moment. So
But yeah, it was literally just a stinger at the end of the presentation. Right. We waffled on a lot about that and took forever to get the show started because I had to jigger with everything.
and then rejigger.
Yeah.
Also, I guess like next patch, there's Remiel and Aria. I guess on the banners. Those are the banners. Enjoy.
Yeah. They're don't worry. Everybody's gonna get their jiggle mummy. Their pink woman.
Why do you use words like this?
I mean, she is old enough to be your great grandmother's mommy. But
That
she
jiggles.
But yeah, she just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
I will get you some elucidation later. If ZZZ does have multiplayer, we might want to be careful on the show what characters we play, or YouTube might get mad. Yadari already gets auto-flagged on Twitter.
Yes.
Well, she does kind of pole dance a lot.
Girlfriend does. Like, you say that she was released irrelevant, but I could think of 2 very relevant reasons to pull that character that are evergreen.
Well, I mean, she's only on the rankings. She's not exactly at the top because Arena still exists.
So, yeah, but Rena's got a maid outfit that covers them up. Yadari's buttons are the strongest soldiers in all of New Eridu. Alright. Okay, folks. This has been No Excuses, making up for missed content last show, Booby Edition. We will see y'all. You have anything for I write us out?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. See you next week. Report any issues you had on the